All right. We'll get this working session started here at 5:31. Turn to a clerk for a roll call.
Commissioner Beeman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thank you. Move now to public participation. At the working session, you have 1 minute for public participation to provide comment. You have 3 minutes at the meeting directly after this, which is the full board meeting. Is anyone here who wishes to give public comment in person?
Okay, cool. All right, my name is Cameron Donald, CEO of Braco. I just here today just to say thank you guys in support of sponsoring the documentary, The Road Home. And so thank you to Washtenaw County, Greg Dillon, commissioners. I don't know how it all worked back there, so I'm just thanking you all. But this documentary is definitely important for the work that we're trying to do. It's more than just entertainment. We want to be able to bring the whole county together to address these issues. And that was the whole goal, not just the county as a government, but the different partners within it from foundations and companies, because now is the time to do something different. To really, I hope that, I know that you guys have been working behind the scenes, but I hope that, with this documentary and from what you guys have been doing of recent, we look back at this time a year later or two later, like this when a turning point happened in our county and in people's lives. You guys, we're talking about the system, we talking about our pain points, but you guys were appointed and voted on because of special skills that you have beyond the system that can think through problems and to help address these issues and come up with better solutions. So thank you once again. I hope for us to partner later on down the road because it's going to be more community engagement stuff afterwards. So just thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for accommodating the expedited comment time there. Anyone else who wishes to give public comment at this time? Okay. Tabitha, I'll go to you to see if there's anybody online via the internet.
Yes, Chair, we have Andrew Halenga. All right, there you go, Andrew, you should be ready to talk.
Good evening, board. My name is Andrew Hellinga. I am the city manager of the city of Ypsilanti. First, I'd like to thank Administrator Dill and Mr. DeLu coming to the city and discussing the animal control plans with me. I would just implore the commission to think about what this could do to smaller communities with a concentration of poverty. The city of Ypsilanti, not a large city, and about a third of it is tax exempt. So I just would encourage the board when discussing this to think about the equity of the city and the communities that don't have a lot to work with. So every little bit counts. It's around $80,000. That's almost an FTE. So I would just encourage the board to think about that during its discussion and ultimate vote.
Thank you. Tabitha, anyone else online?
No one else, Chair.
Great. We will move to the report for the county administrator.
No report.
Great. And any report from the director of board operations?
No report, Chair.
Great. Colleagues, if you'll indulge me, we have a wonderful employee who is wrapping up her time here with the county, and we wanted to take a minute to thank her and to highlight her, and not to have her family wait likely hours to wait to our full board meeting. Tabitha or Andrew or Brady, I want to turn it over to you to lead us through however we want to appreciate Tina and her leadership here. And I'll turn it over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, Board. Good evening, public. It's an honor to be able to open this up and Chair, thank you for making the time. Certainly, Tina has put in her hours at board meetings in the past, and so I certainly appreciate this courtesy. Tina is exemplary of the county's workforce, both as a person and also the quality of the workforce that you all oversee. She's been CFO now and has been a faithful steward for your priorities, for the interests of the public, and for making sure that your rules and the rules of the state are followed with regards to how the resources of the organization are used. She's been a tremendous mentor and resource for me in my role. And if Greg were here this evening, I know would say the same, as well would many of Tina's peers and colleagues and predecessors throughout the organization. So it's with a heavy heart that we bid Tina farewell, but we're certainly very happy for her in this next phase of her life and are grateful for her career that she's spent with Washtenaw County. So I think with that, I believe we have a resolution prepared. Thank you. And we're looking to, oh, lovely. My apologies, Chair.
Nope, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Tabitha. Yeah, well, me too, me too. And we'll do a photo with everybody at the end of this. So, Tina, I'd like to read this off and I'll do my best just to read through it. But it's a resolution honoring Tina Gavalier upon her retirement and celebrating her distinguished service to Washtenaw County, May 6, 2026. Whereas on April 1992, Tina Gavalier began her career in public service with Washtenaw County in the District Court Probation Division, dedicating 5 years to supporting the administration of justice. And whereas Tina went on to serve the residents of Washtenaw County for an additional 29 years within the county's finance department, building an exceptional career defined by fiscal stewardship, professionalism, and a deep commitment to public service. And whereas during her tenure, Tina also contributed her expertise to the county's human resources function, supporting classification and compensation efforts and demonstrating a broad understanding of organizational operations. And whereas Tina's professional achievements included earning certification as a certified plan sponsored professional through the Plan Sponsor Council of America, attaining level 3, the highest accreditation through the Michigan Association of Public Employee Retirement Systems, and serving for more than 15 years as a trustee on both the Washtenaw County Employees Retirement System and VEBA boards. And whereas, as Chief Financial Officer, Tina provided exceptional leadership in strengthening the county's financial health and long-term stability, most notably through her leadership in implementing the county's 4-year budget process, a transformative advancement that enhanced strategic planning and fiscal sustainability. And whereas Tina's leadership and sound financial management were instrumental in achieving and maintaining Washtenaw County's AAA bond rating, reflecting the highest level of fiscal responsibility, trust, and confidence. And whereas throughout her career, Tina has been guided by an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, and transparency, consistently upholding the highest standards of the professional code of ethics and earning the respect and trust of colleagues, elected officials, and community stakeholders. And whereas beyond her professional accomplishments, Tina is a devoted wife, a loving mother of 2, a proud dog owner, and who looks forward to traveling the world in retirement with her husband, family, and trusted companion, Cheyenne. And whereas Tina Gavalier's legacy will endure through the strong financial foundation she helped build, the system she improved, and the culture of ethical leadership she modeled for generations of public servants to follow. Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby honors Tina Gavalier for outstanding service, leadership, and dedication to the residents of Washtenaw County and extends its deepest gratitude and best wishes for fulfilling and well-deserved retirement.
Thirty-four years is a long time, 89% of my adult life. If I didn't get numbers in there, you guys would all be disappointed. But my husband argues about the calculation. Just watch it. He says 95% of my life. It has been a privilege to serve, and I am honored and proud to have helped continue and uphold the county's legacy of financial excellence. None of this would have been possible without the dedication, talent, and strong compliance focus of our finance team. Thank you to my family, friends. I have a circle of friends that all have worked here or have retired from the county that I cherish with unwavering support. Thank you as well to Administrator Dill, Deputy County Administrator DeLu, commissioners, executive leadership team, and the finance team, and colleagues across the county. I leave here having had a truly rewarding career in the best county with exceptional leadership and a policy board that sets the standard nationwide. I appreciate my long career here. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, colleagues and everyone for accommodating Tina. We will have other opportunities for comments and so forth, which I know folks will have, but we'll get going with the working session here now. Andrew, I'm going to turn it over to you. We are fortunate tonight to have Jonathan Trevathan, the CFO from the Humane Society of Huron Valley, along with Scott Tetro, the treasurer, and Eric Wright, the cruelty and rescue manager, and appreciate their being here tonight for this discussion on animal control and appreciate the work you've done. I'll turn it over to you and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening again, Commissioners. Excited to be here tonight to talk to you about animal control. I'll say I think a big interest of ours from administration is being able to do some proactive planning. I'll be able to talk about a lot about how animal control works inside of the county, not just or exclusively the Humane Society portion, but the other parts of that as well, in anticipation of a decision in the coming year. The current contract that we have with the Humane Society right now expires at the end of 2027. And a lot of our interest in being here tonight is to do some proactive work and try and avoid I think a lot of the more challenging budget discussions where this has come up in the past. And so feel like we've got a good thing going on here, but it's not without its complications, and that there's a role for the board really in terms of helping us understand the cost versus the service levels for the public. So I hope that's what you help to understand through the presentation tonight. I've got a lot to cover, and so we'll be moving quick. Chair, in anticipation of your common question, my ask would be that if there's questions about something you're seeing on the slide, to interrupt me so I can explain it. But if it's maybe bigger picture questions in terms of how the system works, perhaps hold those until the end. And I'm hopeful that I've been able to anticipate a lot of those just based on what we've heard so far. Does that work?
That's excellent. We'll try not to screw you up, Andrew.
No, you won't. Wish me luck on that same point. I will just say, and thank you to my colleagues. You'll note in the presentation tonight, a lot of photos of animals. And I would ask you to pay attention to those. Those come from many of the people in the room tonight. And I will just say, depending on where we get to with time, there's a bit of a pop quiz at the end. So I wouldn't want to ask you to go over, but if we have some time and after discussion's been done, we might reference some of that work. So in addition to the individuals from the Humane Society, we're also joined by Treasurer Sharp this evening. I want to thank Treasurer Sharp as well as colleagues at the Sheriff's Office and the Prosecutor's Office. Again, this really touches a lot of the organization. And so talking with Treasurer Sharp about the role of her office and some of her interests in this program, talking with the sheriff about how animal control influences the work of deputies who are out on the road is been part of what has been done before tonight. And I think it's something that will need consideration in terms of where the discussion goes. We move in. Oh, there we go. All right, so just a little bit orientation in terms of what I'm going to be covering. Again, going to move quickly, but for the agenda, want to do just a bit of a summary and tell you what I'm going to tell you in the hopes that it sticks. Want to talk a lot about services. Want to talk about our mandate. We spent a lot of time kind of reviewing that last year and feel like that's a foundational level, but certainly not the extent of the county's interest in animal control. Want to talk about different roles and responsibilities inside of that system. We've got a lot of data. It will probably be pretty dense. And what I would say on the data is if there's stuff you want to know about performance that you don't see tonight, let us know. And there's a good chance that we'll be able to put it together. I want to spend a lot of time on money, both talking about the HSHV contract, but other parts of where the county invests money into the system. And then to the public comment that was raised, do want to speak to some of the efforts that we've done since we have entered this contract to increase revenues to help support this. And we'll speak specifically to the comments that were made. Have some benchmarking we want to do, both in terms of how other counties do this work, surrounding counties, to give you a sense of some other options that are out there, as well as some other options that we have investigated internally in response to the financial concerns. And then just want to leave you with some brief options for discussion. And what I'm really hoping to hear from all of you is how you see this problem and how you see the county balancing the needs of the public and the service versus the money that we're spending to provide these services. Just briefly, purpose of the presentation, a lot of education. There's a lot out there. You know what I'm going to cover, so I'm going to spend a lot of time on that. But again, really want to focus on helping the county and helping the others involved in the system understand where we're going in anticipation of some sort of contract renewal at the end of next year. And thinking that whatever the decision or direction is, there's a lot of other implications that it will have for people who are not in this room tonight that we really want to take into account. And so that's the interest in terms of talking about that right now. So my summary for you, and I hope that you take this away as I work through this. We've got a complex but effective system of animal control inside of the county. In my experience and what I've checked with others, like we don't have concerns in terms of how animal control is happening. Really, we've got a money problem. And so it's that money problem that has really been the focus of this. I think every time, and we know Catherine is going to talk about the budget projections and where we are, and we know that's going to be an issue in there. And we continue to try to have that be less of a thing when it comes up, but we know it's still a problem that we have not yet solved, but we are interested in solving. The third box on here, I do really want to highlight, and I'll share some information on this later, but I think in the short run, the county would be unable to recreate what we are getting through HSHV if those funds were spent in-house. And we do have some scenarios there in terms of how we would be able to spend that money if we were to do some of this in a different mechanism. But think that, you know, that's a thing that we really want to reiterate. And then there are options though, and I don't want to leave you all feeling like that there's nothing that can be done on this, but those are hard options and they're really worth thinking through before the decision is needed. So to the mandates then, Just a few level setting things. There's a few different reasons that we do this. Mandates are a part of that. The mandates are important. You all went through this whole resource management exercise last year and really asked and challenged us to talk about why we do different programs, right? And if it's a mandate or if it's a best practice or if it's coming from some other place. And we know the mandates around animal control. They're complex. They don't all exist in one nice, handy place, but we feel like we've got a pretty good handle on it. We spent a lot of time with our friends in Corporation Council, both reviewing this as well as kind of reviewing the whole concept generally, because it's a thing that we don't want to miss on. So just a summary of those, there's a dog law of 1919, Act 287 of 1969 as well talks about how animal shelters need to operate. And then Act 224 of 1969 talks about what needs to happen for time limits and record keeping of animals held in shelters. Those are not exhaustive. If you want to get into the MCLs or more specifics, we can do that later. I'm not going to spend too much time on it tonight, but do want to set that baseline. And I've got some not rationalization, but putting that into plain language and what it means for county services on another slide. But the second part of this, I think, and really where the county's service level comes in is the public expectations around this stuff. And I think that's where you see that the mandates are probably not in alignment with what Washtenaw County's public and what Michigan's public expects generally. 3 big bullet points there. I won't say that these are extensive or exhaustive, but there is a public safety aspect here. We want to avoid harm to people or other animals or property. We want to be able to reunite lost animals with their owners or get them home. And then again, there's that public expectation in terms of how animals are treated and cared for inside of the county. So to the mandate particularly, and you will, what I want to say on this slide is that you will see this format used in subsequent versions of subsequent slides in the document. But so what animals? Per mandate, we only need to be worried about dogs. That is a narrower interpretation than what we currently do. The only mandate we have to hold animals is for seized animals, which would be a result of cruelty cases. That's a pretty small portion of the animals that are involved in the animal control system. That does not include strays, and we've got some more data on that later, but that's our mandate is only that small number of animals. For jurisdictions, that'd be any of those cruelty case involved animals from inside of Washtenaw County. For the source, then, those are going to be animals involved in cases that are being charged by the prosecutor's office. And then for the service, the minimum mandate in law is that those animals are held for 7 days, or I'm sorry, for 4 days, or 7 days if there is a license or some other proof of ownership that accompanies those animals. Just to revisit the resource management, there are 3 places in that about 1,300 page document you got last year where animal control comes up. The first is central charges in the Animal Control Agency. Think of that as the contract with HSHV. That's the big part of that. This also comes up, though, within one of the programs at the Sheriff's Office. We've got 2 animal control officers where this is explicitly listed, but it's animal control doesn't only live with those 2 animal control officers at the Sheriff's Office. It's distributed more broadly amongst the other deputies on the road. And then in the health department, it also comes up, particularly around rabies. If you have a chance to understand why we do dog licensing, there's a requirement for rabies vaccination before the treasurer will issue the license. That's to make sure that we have rabies vaccination amongst the dogs in our county. But so the health department, due to the communicable disease tracking that they do there, has an interest in animal control as well. Thankfully, we haven't had to worry about that particular one recently, but it is something that they keep track of. So to the roles then, and just a very quick overview here. I know this stuff so well, I've been speaking extemporaneously. This is a really simplified look at animal control. And I think what I would want you to take away from this is that if you are a user of the system here, either a member of the public or a law enforcement officer, we have a system that is really convenient and designed for you. We've got a single shelter in the middle, right? And right now, every animal that is picked up inside of the county, more or less, is going to be going to HSHV. Those animals are coming from the public. They are coming from HSHV's own animal control team, as well as law enforcement officers across the county, primarily the Sheriff's Office, but not only the Sheriff's Office. And then at the other end of the shelter, we've got a really aggressive in a good sense, I would say, in terms of trying to get animals out of the shelter as quickly as possible and either getting them back to the home that they got separated from or back to the new home. This is different than a lot of other counties and can speak a little bit to this, but you might have multiple shelters. If you are an individual who has lost your dog, you might have to call, this county shelter over here, this private shelter over here. We don't have that. We have kind of the single point of contact that makes it relatively simple to understand, where animals are coming to and where they are going from. So in terms of like kind of working through this from start to finish then, this is data based on our intakes. And I'll talk a little bit more about the data that we've been collecting from HSHV since mid-2017. But this is about 28,000 animals over from mid-2017 to 2025. So you'll see there that more than half of the animals that are being brought in to HSHV are coming from the public. About 33% are coming from HSHV staff themselves, 10% from the sheriff's office, and then 3% from those other law enforcement agencies. And those include the police departments in the county. Those include the public safety functions of the universities. There are a couple of other animal rescues who also take animals to HSHV. But mostly public, mostly HSHV, and to a much lesser degree, the law enforcement entities who are out there. This is just a very broad overview of the kind of the core services that we contract with HSHV to do. Again, they are the shelter with whom the county contracts to do this work. The template for our contract has been pretty much the same going back a couple of decades, but each time the contract does come up for renewal, we've made some pretty meaningful changes, either at HSHV's request or the county's request to update the document and to account for changes in operations. And I'll walk through some of those changes later, but these are things that I would say have been consistent through all of those iterations of the contract. There's animal intake, and that's the ability, if you are a member of the public or if you are the law enforcement agency, to drop off the animal at HSHV. They have both daytime and then after hours intake processes that they're able to use. And so if you are a police officer or a sheriff's deputy overnight and pick up an animal, there's a process by which you're able to leave that animal with HSHV and not have to worry about staying on until the next shift or until they open up their hours to do that. There's animal sheltering, and that's the caring of animals when they are in HSHV's possession. There's medical care that is needed for those animals that are there. Sometimes it's routine stuff, sometimes it's more significant stuff. 28,000 animals over the past 8 years, you're going to have quite a wide variety of different sorts of animal health needs that come in, and they are responsible for providing care for those animals while they're there. There's lost and found, and it's reuniting lost animals with their owners. It's a little bit different from the adoption and disposition services, but it's trying to get animals back to where they came from, not necessarily into a new home. Reporting and compliance has been a big part of it, and on this, I just want to thank HSHV. Every time we've gone to them asking for more information or more detail or having questions about what they've reported to us, they've been really opening their books and trying to help us understand what they know, and even adopting their reporting structure so that we're able to answer the questions that you all have, or answer the questions that the public or the cities and villages and townships with whom we're trying to work on this might have about how the services are delivered. There's a lot of customer service and public accessibility in making sure that the public is able to get easy access to their dogs. And then the really big one here for us, and I think for you and why we're here in entering into this contract, is to assist the county in compliance with its mandates. That's written into the contract just as a core thing that this contract needs to do for Washtenaw County. There are a few notable provisions, and these were in the last version of the contract that this board approved in late 2023. But these, I think, have kind of a big outsized impact on our current situation. Right now, Washtenaw County is the lead entity, and that came out of some discussions in 2017. And prior to that, the county only contracted with HSHV for our own services, and there were several other municipalities inside of the county that had separate contracts with HSHV. The county was requested to become the lead entity, and in that took on the responsibility of collecting revenues from those cities and villages, the four cities and townships at that time, and then having the single source with HSHV. I'll talk a little bit more about this. We also right now have a relatively new financial model that is based on full cost recovery for the Humane Society for the services provided in rendering the services associated with the county's contract. I'll talk a little bit more about how that model comes up and all the math that goes into it. But that's a new item as well. If you go back maybe 10 years or so, it was just kind of a fixed price negotiated. And then that was what the county paid rather than this cost recovery model. We do have a lot of data that goes into that though. And I think that's also another important new thing to note. We do a lot of differentiation between the type of the animal, why it is being brought in, and then the days of the care. Those are the primary metrics that we use on the cost calculation. But there's, again, a lot of other data as well. And then just the last one, this is not a new provision, but there is language in there talking about if HSHV is full and is unable to take additional animals, that they have the ability to say, hey, we're not going to take this. That's a thing that happens rarely. It did happen a couple of years ago. We've taken efforts to mitigate that when it occurs. I think it's not a situation that anybody wants, but when it does occur, it's a really big deal because it jams up everybody in terms of services. It jams up people out on the street. And so it's really a thing that we want to avoid. Other county involvement, and here this is not going to do all this stuff justice, but in terms of trying to keep it to a reasonable discussion tonight, spoke about the role of the prosecuting attorney in case animals. The requirement there, and this is another thing that we focus on with HSHV, but is that if there's animals who are involved either because the animals were hurt or because primarily because the animals were hurt or there was a suspicion of the animals being hurt. The county's got an obligation to hold that until either the owner no longer claims ownership or until the case is resolved. So those tend to be like a relatively small number, but a long time to get resolved and can lead to really long sheltering periods. The treasurer, as I spoke to earlier, thank you again for coming, is working on dog licensing. We've had some really exciting discussions there, I think, in terms of her interest of increasing the licensure rate. I think there's a lot of opportunity. My sense is that a lot of people have dogs and love dogs, and that we could do more licensing if more people knew about it and if we made it easier for people to do that. So I think the treasurer is working on that, and we want to be a good partner and figure out how we can also get HSHV and the other parts of the system working in alignment on that. I did speak to the treasurer. Oh, I'm sorry. The other thing for the treasurer is she is responsible for operating the Civil Infraction Ordinance Bureau. It might be a couple of years. I think maybe Commissioners Labar and Robbie, you were on the board when the Civil Infraction Ordinance was adopted. But the county has the ability to fine people for not having dog licenses. It is rarely used, and I think is probably worth a thing that's worth revisiting in light of some of the discussion about how fines are applied by the county. But that's intended, in my read, to help encourage people to get their dogs licensed proactively rather than really being looked at as a revenue source. The health department and rabies testing we talked about. The board, you all know this, but you're the funder, and you also have the authority over the civil infraction ordinance. There's some other things that the board's able to do under law that we'll talk about a little bit later. And then administration has a role in this too. We are the administrator of the contract with HSHV, but really try and promote coordination across the organization on this line of services. All right, so back to the mandate versus services then. And this, I want to spend a little bit of time here, and there might be questions, but again, this should look familiar. We looked at this format earlier. So just working from left to right here, the criteria are the same as you saw on the mandate slide. And that county mandate column is also the same. But then we've got two new columns. One is the county's contracted service. And that's really my attempt to try and summarize for you what we're doing right now under contract with HV that's beyond the mandate. And then that far right column is HSHV service. And I'm not the right person to speak to that, but HSHV does a lot of stuff that is more than our contract requires. And I think what I've heard as kind of a fundamental question is, where does the county's contracted services stop and where does HSHV's mission start? So I've tried to summarize that in hopefully easily digestible formula, but I think it is a point of continued discussion. And that's really where I think, going back to us having a system that is simple and easy for the public or users of the system to use, we make a lot of work for us on the back end that supports that simplicity on the front end. So to the county mandate, again, just dogs. But under our contracted services, we are paying for sheltering for dogs and cats and other domestic animals. But HSHV also provides services to other animals above and beyond that. And we don't pay for that. We've got mechanisms to track that and monitor that. But again, there's that differentiation there, both between our mandate, our contracted services, and HSHV services. Again, our mandate is only seized animals coming from cruelty cases. Currently, we are contracting for days of care, also for stray animals, and in addition to seized and cruelty. And stray animals are by far the largest number of intake reasons that we've got coming in there. And HSHV above and beyond that also does surrendered animals, and that's people who feel like they're no longer able to care for their animals on a permanent basis and want to give them up so that someone else can adopt them, or harbored animals. And harbored animals is the same concept, but on a temporary basis. So thinking, I can't take care of my cat, but I think in a month I'll be able to take care of my cat. Can you take care of my cat for a minute so that I'll be able, like when I get back on my feet, I'll be able to get reunited with my cat again. For jurisdictions, no difference there between our contracted services and the county mandate. But HSHV serves a bigger area than just Washtenaw County. They take animals from Wayne County, they take animals from Livingston County, from other areas. We get reporting on all of the animals from Washtenaw County, but we know that they do more than just serve Washtenaw County as part of their mission. For the sources, again, our mandate is only those cases that are being charged by the prosecutor's office. But right now, our contract provides for all public and all agencies inside of Washtenaw County, quite a bit broader than the bare minimum that the mandate would require. And I would say on HSHV, I would certainly defer to, to their program staff, but I haven't, I guess I haven't found a spot where their mission would prohibit them from taking care of an animal, more so just by what they're able to do. For services, we've got the minimum hold period. That's our basis. But under our contract, we have no limit on days of care. And so if there's an animal that goes there for 1 day under our contract, we will pay for that. But if there's an animal that goes there and is not able to be rehomed for a year, we'll pay for the full cost of the year's worth of sheltering. And then that's another place where HSHV does services above and beyond just the sheltering that we're contracting with them for. And then just a few other notes. So the county, we've got currently revenue contracts, and I'll talk more about this, but those 4 jurisdictions, City of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti Township, Superior Township, and Pittsfield Township. And then HSHV also does some other services. I just want to note, Love Train is something that we know that they do, that we've spent a lot of time on in terms of how do we feel confident that we're not paying for Love Train services. Trap, Neuter, Return is another line of programming that they do that is part of their mission, but is not part of the county's contracted services. And don't want to overlook this, but I feel like this is really part of the simple. I mean, we want to get animals out of the shelter as quickly as possible. I think that's really the goal there, is minimizing the amount of time in the shelter. There is the lost animals with identification, the different hold periods there. Where I think there's a lot of effort and intention to reunite lost animals with wherever they came from. And I think this is a spot where HSHV is really able to take advantage of a lot of social media, their volunteer network, their other events, to utilize those to help with the placement of animals very quickly. And just a thing on this, one of the modifications we made to our reporting this past winter was having more information for the county in terms of the outcomes of the animals specific to our contract. So we started collecting that information in January, a bit too soon to have any meaningful reports on that. But if we were to revisit this next year or so, I think we'd be able to share a little bit more information about what happens specifically to the animals under the county contract. All right, everybody good to reports? Note another couple of cute animals there. So I've got 4 reports here. This is all stuff that we have built in-house based on data that has been provided through us by HSHV. You all saw this in the last contract, but here's what we get from them. So every month when we get the invoice, we also get a report. And starting in July of 2017, we got both an intake summary by category, and that's telling us like what law enforcement agencies, what are kind of the big groups of stuff. And then we also got a detailed report, and that was saying, hey, you got this animal, it came from this jurisdiction, it was brought in for this reason on this date. And so we've got that going back quite a ways. Starting in 2023, at the suggestion of HSHV, we started doing some additional work into those cruelty cases. We have a practice right now where we get an additional report in terms of which animals are held for cruelty cases that is submitted with the invoice, but then that's provided to the prosecutor's office. And then they make the determination if there's other sorts of legal actions that they can take regarding those animals. But for our part, we want to make them aware of the animals that are currently being held at HSHV on that topic. And then, as I mentioned, in 2026, we added the just adding detail about the outcomes of animals that are being held on county contract. Days of care is kind of the big one there, but also if they're getting placed or adopted or getting rehomed, that's stuff that we want to know about as well. All right. So this first one, and this is first of 4 kind of service level reports here. This looks at animal intakes by year and type. So going from left to right, you'll see the totals per year. We don't have 2017 in here because that was just a partial year and kind of throws off the height of the columns. But the dark blue down on the bottom are cats. The light blue in the middle are dogs. And then on top of that is other, because this is all animals and not just contract animals. Other includes other domestic animals. There are fish, there are snakes, reptiles, rabbits, ferrets, but also includes wild animals or livestock at times as well. I think what I would want you to take from this is it's pretty constant, right, over that time. We're kind of right around that 5,000 animal mark on an annual basis. We've got some slides in here in a little bit later that talk about that in comparison to some other jurisdictions, but I've seen this to be pretty stable. I think the one notable thing on here, you can see the dip in COVID. And if you think back a couple of years, just like all of the ability to adopt animals and emptying the shelters because people were spending so much time at home. All right. This one's a little bit more complicated, so my apologies on that, but I'm trying to suss out a few different things in this graph. So this is looking at the same total number of animals. So 2018 on here, the total number matches the total number on 2018 on the last slide. But this talks about the 5 different intake types that HSHV takes in. If you're looking at a specific year, say 2018, you've got 2 columns there. There's a false column and a true column. I'm sorry, I couldn't get better labels on that. I'm a little bit out of my Excel practice. But false means that we're not paying for it under the contract, and true means that we are. So what you'll see here is that all the trues are bigger, and it's about a 2/3 to 1/3. So most of the animals inside of Washtenaw are subject and are part of the county's contract. On the true column, there are 2 reasons for this. This is either strays brought in by the public or stray, seized, and cruelty cases brought in by a law enforcement agency. So again, it's primarily strays who are being brought in. A lot of them are the public. If you think back, 54% of the total intakes came in from the public over that time. You're seeing that show on this slide. So what you have in the tinier columns then are those services that HSHV provides that they report to us, but we're not paying for under the contract. There's 3 types of services there. Again, there's the owner surrendered. And I'm sorry, the contrast is not quite as sharp as I was hoping to, but most of those are owner surrendered. It's the biggest part of the bar on the bottom. Above that are sick and injured wildlife brought in by the public. Again, not a contracted service, but that's the next biggest portion. And then the tiny little sliver on top, the dark green, is animal harbored. And so you just look at the trends here. Again, you saw the total numbers per year, but you see that same dip with COVID. But you also see an increase in terms of owner surrendered in the early stages of COVID as well. But I think the takeaway from here, again, we've got great data. We're getting the stuff we need to know in terms of the size and capacity of the system and have a relatively stable system over time. Thanks to Chelsea Rozek for this, and then the next slide as well. I wanted to do a show in terms of where animals are coming from inside of the county. The quick thing I'd point out here is, the bigger the circle, the more animals that are coming from there. And bigger circles tend to overlap with areas of population density inside of the county. And so I don't have a number for you, and I'm out of depth on my statistics, but I think at least a visual correlation in terms of where people live and where we're having animal services provided. So some other things here, if you look at the breakdown of that pie chart, this is for all animals inside of the county. So cats are the yellow portion, dogs are the blue portion, and then other here is the red portion. So it does vary quite a bit. Most places, cats are the predominant animal, but Ann Arbor Township, if you look up there, you see a lot of red, which is going to be other domestics and wilds on this chart. And again, the number of animals is more or less correlated with the size of the population there. This is the same look at that, but only the contract animals. So the circles are a little bit smaller. Again, about 2/3 of the animals inside of the county are contract animals. Not a notable difference here too, but that's been a really important thing that we've been asked as we've been talking with cities and villages and townships about animal control efforts. They really want to know, what animals are coming from their jurisdictions. How do we know they're coming from their jurisdictions? And what's the difference between what the county's paying for under contract versus what HSHV does? So we've tried to provide this. We've tried to provide all the other data or anything else that has been requested to those individuals. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, two financials, another dog picture. Nice, another dog picture. Yeah. So just a summary of some of the major changes in recent HSHV contracts. In 2017 is when the lead entity provision was adopted. And again, that was having a single contract administered by the county for all animal control. Before that, the county did the county's part, City of Ann Arbor did their part with a separate contract, Pittsfield Township, same, Ypsilanti Township and Superior Township, same. That's when we first introduced reporting as well. And so when most of this data started becoming available, this one was settled. Yeah, we had a gap there where we were without a new contract for about 9 months of the year. And that's a spot we really want to avoid in anticipation of this next contract renewal. And then the new payment term introduced in that contract was $800,000 and it escalated by $15,000 annually. The next contract got renewed in 2021 and 2022. Those were 1-year extensions because we were in the middle of COVID. And so instead of going through the whole renegotiation process, we were able to reach agreement, keeping that at $845,000 annually. In 2023, we did a 1-year contract, and this was the first big jump in terms of costs. But we went from that $845,000 amount up to $1.3 million. And this is when we first introduced the cost recovery framework. The framework was included in the contract, but the $1.3 million amount was separate from that cost framework with the intention that we would move towards the cost recovery model. And then with the 2023 contract, that's our current contract. It's a 4-year agreement. This was authorized by the board in late 2023, December 2023. The first year cost was $1.8 million and uses that full cost recovery model. The final year, 2027, that goes up to just a little bit over $2 million. And then there's an annual process to review and reconcile that cost as well. And there's a lot of other changes, but there's a lot of contract work. So if you got more questions about what's in there, happy to dig that up and get back to you. This is a complicated chart, but I do want to spend some time on this because I think this is probably most helpful from my perspective in terms of defining the problem that we've got right now. And I thank Catherine for her help in working through this with me and making sense. So just to orient you to this, on the far left-hand side, you've got the total contract cost in dollars. That's aligned with those green bars. And so what those green bars are is the total contract cost on an annual basis. The purple bars in there show the different contract terms. And so we've got 29 and 2010. There was a new contract for 2010 and 2012. We had a 4-year contract. We had the 17 to 20 contract with the 1-year extensions. And where we are right now is the 24 to 27 contract. And I think what I would point out there is that recently, every time we have entered into a new contract, we have seen cost growth. I am not projecting that right now, and we haven't started to talk with HSHV about the new contract. And I think, the basis that we have right now in terms of full cost recovery would not expect that sort of jump again. But, in the retrospective look, that's really quite obvious in terms of seeing the cost increases when contract renewal came up. And so that's a lot of our interest in having this discussion right now. So the blue line that starts in 2009, that goes up through 2025, those are the county's net costs of this. So you will see from 2009 to 2016, the net cost is equal to the HSHV contract. Starting in 2017 and up through 2025, generally the line is below the contract cost. And what that represents are the local revenues that are coming in to help support them. So if just looking at the last 4-year contract term then, and to really, I think, summarize where we see kind of the problem of this, we have the funding source lines that are in there. And so the lower line, that's the county's general fund contribution to support the cost of these services. That's about 1.16 million annually. The dark green line on top of that then is about $210,000 in local revenues. So that is not enough though to get us to the total contract cost. And it is those green bars that are above that dark green line that Catherine continues to report to you on a regular basis when we're doing budget updates. That is the gap that we have been trying to shrink through outside revenues to support this agreement, but which to date we've been pretty unsuccessful at. And I think, at this point, you'll continue to get updates on there being deficits on this item until we're able to close that gap and to shrink the amount of that bar on top of that dark green line. Okay, I think I got it all and didn't misspeak anything. So I know a lot there. But again, I think for me, this really kind of summarizes the problem that we're trying to solve. Not necessarily a service problem, but a money problem.
Commissioner Robbie?
Did I understand correctly that you're done or?
This is not the last slide.
Okay, then
If you've got questions on.
No,
this
it's okay.
particular slide, Okay.
I can.
All right, that is so support for HSHV facility. I've heard that question here a couple times in terms of what did the county do when HSHV was building their building, and so wanted to just remind some folks. Two board actions happened in 2007. That's at the time where HSHV was looking to construct their new building. I don't recall all the details. I believe it's on land owned by U of M. But they own the building at this point. The county did two things. The county made a $1 million contribution to their construction fund. And so that was used by HSHV to construct the building. But then the county also offered its bonding capacity and its full faith and credit to to receive the funds that were used to construct the rest of the building. But the remainder of the funds were repaid by HSHV. The county did not pay 6.5 million plus 1 million. The county paid 1 million and then used its full faith and credit to help HSHV build the rest of the building. So again, I know there's questions on that have been asked in the past, but just wanted to refresh folks on that. All right. This is
Hey, Andrew, Commissioner Robbie's got a question on that slide.
yes.
Just a quick clarifying, because you mentioned U of M. At one point, when the building was originally built, the county leased the property from the university on a 99-year lease, I thought. Is that still the case, or?
I do not know that.
I think that was the only way
yeah.
that we could do the full faith and credit,
Yeah,
if
it
we
may have
own-
been.
at least the land.
Forgive me. If you'd be willing to come up to the mic, sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you, John. Commissioners, this is John Trevathan, CFO.
This will be quick, but I can tell you that we have a 90-year lease with the University of Michigan that covers about the half of our property that the university owns, and we do own about half of it as well.
But Commissioner Robbie, to your question, I can look that up and see if there was some additional action. I didn't find that in my preparation for tonight, but if there's something else out there, I'll get back to you on it.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. I won't spend too much time here either, but what I want you to get a sense of for this is the workbook that we go through with them on an annual basis. And so this starts with, yeah, if you want to, happy to do it. But this starts with HSHV's audited financials. And then we have a whole allocation method that we have built over the past several contract cycles that are used to develop that full cost recovery number. HSHV doesn't do separate accounts or separate charges for what they're doing for the county versus what they're doing for their mission versus what they're doing for other places. It all gets recorded in the same place. And so this method is what we've been able to use to get as close as possible in terms of being able to say this percentage of HSHV's costs are associated with county services. The big metrics that we use here again are HSHV financials and then days of care and intake numbers that feed into that. A few other financials here, because there are, again, HSHV is the largest part of the county budget, but at the sheriff's office, there's 2 dedicated animal control officers. The annual budget there is about $274,000. It's personnel, but also fleet and supplies and other overhead that we've got going on over there. At the treasurer's office, they're collecting about $28,000 in annual revenues right now. I think that's where, again, where we see opportunity for some improvement. Probably not enough in the short term to shrink those green bars that I was talking about earlier, but in the long term, we're hopeful that that'll help be part of the county's funding model for animal control services. And then other places where we've got no dedicated budget, but it just happens as a part of the day-to-day work, county administration and the prosecutor's office as well. These are the animal control contracts that we currently have in place and that we've been trying to get more of them and trying to get these numbers higher. But these have been in place and unchanged since 2017 when we first adopted them. City of Ann Arbor's 135,000, Pittsfield Charter Township 18,000, Superior Township 10, and then Ypsilanti Charter Township is 45,000. We're currently on an annual renewal basis there and have approached each of these as well as other jurisdictions about trying to use a new model that we think is more based in data. And this is that model, and this is what City Manager Hellenga spoke to earlier. This is not finalized. This has been something that we have tried to receive feedback on a staff level. So looking at this is all based on where animals come from inside of the county. And so you'll see that on the left-hand side by jurisdiction, the number of animals. We then convert that into a percentage of the total animals inside of the county. And then from there, based on the contract costs we have, the proposal was, what if the county picks up 50% off the top of it, right? And then we approach each of the other jurisdictions for their proportionate amount of the remainder. So in the in the case of Ann Arbor, which is the top line there, they've got 16.9% of the animals. We would be looking for the city of Ann Arbor to cover 16.9% of 50% of the contract, which gets us to 152,000. And then we do that over time. And I think that was the number that was that City Manager Hellenga was speaking to earlier. We have received feedback on this, and I think some of the criticisms that we've heard is why would we pay when not everybody else is paying? Why would we pay when this is a county service? Why would we pay when we're really unclear or we don't have certainty about the animals coming from our jurisdiction? We've also heard more procedural concerns in terms of it's not the right time for us. We're inside of our budget process and we need time for planning and we need time for just more consideration. So I mean, I think the efforts have been productive and no one's kicked us out yet, but it's been challenging.
Andrew, I hate to interrupt you.
No, it's good.
Would you be willing or able to scroll down?
This is a static screenshot, but I can send you all this when we get off.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. And I would say all of these, I think, are variables that can slide, right? And I think we've been trying to get feedback, like, is 50% the right amount? Is this percentage the right amount? For us, it's been a starting point for the discussions. I'm going to try and speed up now because we're also at 6:30. Just a few things that I want to touch on real quickly in terms of how neighboring counties do this work. So we've got 4 of them on here. There's 83 counties and probably everybody's got a slightly different model. Wayne County, no animal control services whatsoever. It's all done at the local level. Oakland County, they do have a county operated shelter. They serve about 4,200 animals a year. There's a whole network of other shelters that also operate in Oakland County, but they also spend a whole lot more than Washtenaw County does for about the same number of contract animals on an annual basis and have a very large FTE staff. Livingston County, much smaller number of animals, but they also operate in a system where there's a network of other shelters. Their expenditures are similar to the projections you'll see on the next slide, but have a staff of about 10. And then Jackson County, I think, is an interesting model. Really high numbers for a county that's got about half the population of Washtenaw County. Their operational expenditures are, I think, roughly in alignment with what we would expect. But they also have a millage that they have used to support that work and recently made huge investments into a county animal shelter, like a total remodel of a county animal shelter. So there are some other models that are out there that we can look to and we've spoken to as we were developing this presentation. So I mentioned this briefly earlier. We've tried to do some work in terms of what it would take to cost out a county operated shelter. And the picture I would want to paint for you with this is not kind of like the HSHV model, but rather like what would we be able to do if we were really budget conscious? And so think, kind of a cinder block facility with bare staffing levels and kind of the necessary equipment to keep animals safe from humans and from other animals, but a very different sort of environment than you would get at HSHV. And that amount for us is greater than the contract costs that we have right now, after subtracting some of the fees and services that we would expect there. A large portion of that would be like bonding for a new building. We don't have a building right now. And again, HSHV owns their building. So if this is something that the county were serious about doing, we would need to consider how to find a facility because a facility is an integral part of these services. All right, and another dog, great dog. And last slide for me, and thank you for your patience, is just a few options here. And again, what I want to stress with this is that I see this as a money problem, but I don't want to presume that you or the public see this as a money problem. We don't hear service complaints, but we do hear, just concerns about the money and how it's getting funded. So there are things that we can do with this. All of them will have consequences. Some of them will have only financial consequences, but some of them will also have service consequences and change what it means for the public or law enforcement officers and how they go about doing their work. And I think that this is really what we would want to explore with you, depending on how you see the problem and how you would want us to solve it in advance of the contract expiring at the end of next year. And I'm happy to speak more to any of these, but also happy to look into others if it's at the interest of the board. Thank you.
Great. Andrew, just real quick, thanks. That's a lot of dense information, well covered. Thank you for the work to get here tonight. I had Commissioners Sanders, then
Another one.
Robbie, then
Okay.
Hodge in the queue. So Commissioner Sanders, I had Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation, and for taking the time. We talked earlier about this. Appreciate it. I just had a couple questions. I see it here on, I think it's slide 15, but let me just say it out loud. So we have 5 cities, but only one pays into providing additional support to the county for the costs. And out of 20 townships, we've got 3 that are currently paying in. So we essentially are getting support only from the city of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti Township, Superior Township, and Pittsfield Township.
Correct.
All the other townships are skating.
Yeah, and I would say it's complicated, and they have perspectives about their own mandates and their own responsibilities with regards to this. And that's where it's taken time for us to have those discussions. I think with those 4, they're pretty clear in terms of their service obligations and their public expectations. But it's a discussion with all of those other units that we currently don't have revenue contracts with.
But we've been having this discussion because I know I've been asking for this since
Mhm.
we renewed the contract the
Mhm.
last time. And we've not been successful in moving the needle
That's
to
correct.
get them to pay for their animals.
That's correct.
Okay. So I've got another question, and let me just put this out there so that I don't have animal activists sitting on my lawn. I own animals and have my entire life. And so this is not about them or loving them, but it is about being responsible for, pets are an option. Not something you have to have. But to take advantage of an option and then expect somebody else to pay your way doesn't seem very equitable to me. So my other question was, if I read that right, I had to take my glasses off and lean really close, but does it say it's a deficit of 764,000? Almost 765,000. Did I read that right?
It's not that high. I mean, it's several $100,000.
That's from
The deficit?
2022. Are we running in the hole with this contract?
We are, yeah. And that's why you continue to have it reported to you by Catherine every time you get a budget update.
It's about 500,000.
Annually right now?
Mhm.
Okay. So not that anybody asked me, but the options that you had up there, I like your revenue suggestions for how we might be able to approach getting people to pay. I can't say their full share because we do have, I think if municipalities can make the case that they actually cannot afford it, that's a different argument than just saying, trust us, we don't have the money.
Mhm.
So I think I'm done because I think I grilled you sufficiently before. I did want to ask you, so you had an asterisk comment, the MDR is
Yeah.
no longer enforcing the hold law. So it says that we hold for 4 days or 7 if proof of the license or ownership is present.
Mhm.
But if MDR is not enforcing that anymore, what does that mean? Does that mean that Huron Valley Humane Society is holding them possibly longer and therefore is costing us more because we don't have that enforcement? Or is it the opposite or something in the middle?
Yeah. They are holding them longer and the county is paying for like a county animal under contract for the duration if it's there. So if it's a year, if it's 2 years, if it's 1 day, the county is paying for that whole full hold period. Why we wanted to note this is this was our prior understanding about the bare minimum. We talked about this extensively in the last round of contract negotiations as a thing where it was really in our interest, but not something that was in HSHV's interest, to limit our financial obligation to that hold period. I think that's something that we want to explore again. HSHV has their own interests. And again, we're interested in talking with you before those meetings so that we can go in prepared in terms of what you all expect. But you're correct that we're paying for more than that. And that is the minimum in state law. I think we still have it on there because it hasn't been taken off the books. And in theory, I think MDARD could choose to enforce it again in the future, but are not doing so currently.
Okay, so I guess that's it because you've answered that. We do have enforcement abilities. We could do an ordinance. Okay. Well, we can talk further
Yeah.
about that. You covered it with your presentation and our earlier discussion. Some of the stuff I just wanted to lift up for the public to know. And not have to wade through all of
Yeah,
this. So
thank you.
thank you for the presentation.
Great. Go to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the presentation. This is such a new concept to me that I'm, just now getting acclimated.
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Take your time.
It's okay. You know that I'm joking. So a few questions. Let's start with the cost side. What is right now the cost of providing a day of sheltering to a dog?
We can back into that number. We have, and I don't have it right now, but I can send it to you. I think where we are right now, the costs are based on HSHV's fixed costs. And so think things like personnel, think things like building utilities, think things like maintenance. We have approached that in the past as a basis that we wanted to structure the county's contract cost around, but that was a non-starter for
Yeah.
HSHV.
I mean, so I have been asking for the same number for 15 years and still have not received it. And this is fundamentally why I can never support this contract, is because the taxpayers of this county deserve to know what it costs to provide these services. And if the Humane Society is refusing to provide that number, that is a problem. I want to vote for a contract that is transparent, and there is a lack of transparency if you cannot tell me the cost of sheltering a dog for a day.
If I may respond, Commissioner, I think, again, HSHV has been very forthcoming with any data that we have requested from them. But the framing is quite different than you're suggesting here, right? And I think we look at and use their audited financials, but those are on an organizational basis and on an annual period, not on a cost of sheltering one animal for 1 day. We have approached that, and I think for our perspective, would like to have a contract that is based on the county will pay X amount per day per animal, but have not been able to achieve that through the contract. So
Yeah.
I think maybe just the point I would like to make is, their financials are audited, they're published. We have confidence in what they are telling us as being the same as what they're telling other people, but it's a very different framing than what you're requesting.
If you want me to vote for this contract, I want to see the cost of sheltering a dog or a cat. Actually, I want to see the cost of sheltering each of the types of animals in question per day, what it costs, that is what I want to see. That is
Yeah.
what I've been asking for 15 years, and that is what I want to see. And in the absence of that, I cannot support this contract because it is not transparent to the public if we are not telling people what it actually costs to provide the services. I don't want to know the total budget of the Humane Society and what they are estimating. I want to know exactly what it is that we're paying for and what the cost is on a daily basis to house each of the animals that we're housing, each of the types of animals that we're housing. So that was my cost question. I appreciate the work that's been done to move us closer to that, but we have in 15 years still not achieved that simple ask. It should be simple for the Humane Society to provide that number, and it is apparently one of the most immensely complex things that has ever come about, which is mind-boggling to me because it should be, we do it for so many other things. We have a cost allocation plan at the county where we consider the cost of everything from the administrator all the way down to the building, heating, cooling, all that different stuff. We factor it into the cost for each department to operate within the county. And I don't understand why it's so difficult to have that simple number factored in on a daily basis for each animal that we're housing. The only thing that I can think of is that this is seen not as a cost of doing service with the county, but as a revenue contract for the Humane Society. And that is fundamentally problematic to me, because what I do not want to do is, what I want to do is fund actual services for animals. And if we're not seeing the cost breakdown for that, then I don't have confidence that that's actually what's happening. Let's talk about revenue. First, let's talk about dog licenses. Who in the county collects dog licenses?
There are three sources, and if the treasurer wants to join me, but the treasurer's office collects them for everything but the city of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Township, which have their own dog license collections.
That is correct.
And what is the revenue that the city of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Township collect for their dog licenses?
I don't have that information. They do not share that information with us.
The fee amount, the city of Ann Arbor has the same fee structure as the treasurer's office, and that's, there's a difference for neutered and unneutered animals, but it's $15 for a 3-year license at the treasurer's office and the city of Ann Arbor. And these are only dogs. And then I think the Ypsilanti Township is $3 per year, and they don't make that distinction between neutered and unneutered animals.
I guess what I'm more wondering is what is the total revenue
Yeah.
for each jurisdiction?
We can get that for you. I don't have that at hand, though.
Okay, if you could get that,
Yeah.
that would be great. The other sort of subset of that question is, what is it that empowers those communities to have a dog license fee that is separate from the county?
I'll
Is
have
it a
to-
population size? Is it an ordinance?
I can't answer that, but certainly I think can look into that and get back to you with that as well.
Okay, I ask because and both of those jurisdictions are contributing money, which is great, but I'd like to know how much revenue they're receiving from the dog
Mhm.
license, which ostensibly is supposed to be used for covering the services that the county's covering
Yeah.
versus the amount that they're contributing towards the contract. I'm assuming that the city of Ann Arbor is contributing more than they're receiving in revenue. I don't, just based on
Yeah.
my understanding of what we collect in revenue, which the treasurer can perhaps correct me, but last time I checked, it was like in the 40s, 50s, maybe? $50,000.
About 28,000. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was off. So I'm assuming that the city of Ann Arbor collects somewhere
Yeah.
around that and is contributing 130 some thousand.
Yeah, we can certainly find that information. I just
Yeah.
don't have it on hand.
Okay, that would be helpful to know. And then also to know, again, what is it that empowers the jurisdictions to charge their own license? And can the county, basically, can they give that over to the county so that the county can just do it ourselves countywide?
Mhm.
Since we're the single source contract with the Humane Society. So wouldn't it make more sense that we collected all the revenue from those licenses directly? So that is a thought that I have. On the piece about the negotiations with the different jurisdictions, which jurisdictions currently have animal control ordinances that are separate, that go above and beyond the county's mandate?
That's complicated. It's been a couple of years since I've looked into that. Most of them will have something about like stray animals. It shows up in a lot of different places. I'd say 4 years ago, we did like a comprehensive review of ordinance levels, haven't revisited it since, and tried to kind of group them along, who's got stricter rules, kind of medium rules and less strict rules. What I recall, and I'd like to maybe follow up with you on that, just so I don't misspeak as well, but there's quite the range there. And I'd say in terms of our discussions with those groups, it has been more trying to come at it from we have the same public. It's our assumption that the public cares about what happens to stray animals. And feeling that there's not, even if the ordinance might be different, just like the county's level of service is above our mandate, that there's some common expectation in terms of how animals are treated inside of the county. So we haven't approached those discussions kind of from, hey, your ordinance is X, we're doing Y, so therefore, we believe you should owe us Z.
I think the reason that I'm so fixated on the notion that we should have an exact accounting of the cost of actually housing the animals is because I would like the county to basically decide what it is that we want to cover. And I'm not necessarily advocating that we just cover the mandated services. I'm okay if we make a conscious decision to cover mandated services, plus we want to add however many days of stay time, or maybe it's unlimited stay time. I want to be like crystal clear about what we are actually buying basically through our contract with the Humane Society. And then I want to understand what is it that other communities are requiring in terms of their own individual ordinances that go above and beyond what the county is deciding that it wants to cover. And in my opinion, with these conversations that you're having, the conversation should be, we are going to cover X as the county. Everything above and beyond that, we are not covering unless there is a cost recovery model. And if the communities will not contribute towards that cost recovery model, then we will not enforce whatever ordinance they have, and the Humane Society will not accept whatever animals fall into that category that is above and beyond what the county is paying for. And I think that, to me, like, there has to be some teeth to these conversations that, like, if they don't want to contribute to the cost recovery model, then the county will not be enforcing animal control laws within their jurisdiction beyond the point where the county's already committed to providing those services.
Yeah, I agree with the intent. I'd maybe put the focus on a different area, and I'd talk about the lead entity provision inside of the contract, where right now the scope is any animal from inside of Washtenaw County, including those other jurisdictions. I think that is something where that was requested of the county to do that work. And it's something that the county entered into voluntarily. I think, again, to disturb.
So we
that-
can leave it voluntarily too. I mean, there's nothing that requires us to be the lead agency.
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's not anything that's required in our mandate. Again, we're interested in having this discussion now, though, because of the service impacts for the public.
I mean,
Just- If I may, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Commissioner, but if I can remind you of the intake, most of the animals are coming from the public. And the number coming from law enforcement entities is less than 15%. And I think the challenge with the ordinance is if we're assuming that it's law enforcement entities who are enforcing those ordinances and who are then picking up the animals. And so that's been a challenging part of this in the past too, is, yeah, you've got the kind of the law enforcement side, but what about the person who finds a stray on the side of the road? Or what about the person, who finds like the cat walking around their backyard? Which is, I think, just a different sort of service consideration.
Yeah, I think what I'm talking about is local ordinances where the standards go above and beyond what the county is
Yeah.
willing to provide.
Yep.
And that I would rather not that the county pay for that, and that the local jurisdiction contribute to paying for those services. And I think that the county should no longer be the single source, frankly, and that we should allow the local jurisdictions to contract directly with the Humane Society to provide the services that they think they need to provide. I don't think there's any reason, I don't know why we did that. I mean, I obviously voted against the contract, but I don't know why we did that. That seems like pretty short-sighted to take on a mass responsibility that we're not getting compensated for. I think, I will retract that statement slightly and say, I think there was more hope and optimism at the time that the contract was approved. Hope and optimism that I didn't share, which is why I voted no. But now we're 3 years into it and understand that there is well-founded pessimism in the ability of the local communities to actually pay for these contracts. So I think now as we're reevaluating it, we need to understand that it is not sustainable to continue being the lead agency if local jurisdictions are not going to be contributing. So I don't think there's any reason for us to continue in that role, and we should allow the local jurisdictions to just do their own thing. I want to just ask one more question about shelter revenue to the Humane Society. So first question is about the love train, which has always kind of bothered me because I know from the Humane Society's perspective, this is a revenue source. They're bringing in puppies from somewhere else. and basically selling those puppies because puppies are more sellable. And so it creates revenue for the Humane Society. It's a revenue source. But what it also does is it brings new animals into our community that we are then responsible for. And so what type of cost recoveries are happening at the time that the puppies are being adopted out that ensure that there are fees being collected in addition to the profits that are, or not profits, but the revenue that's coming into the Humane Society, that the county is capturing some sort of like responsibility fee that comes on top of that in the event that that dog later becomes a responsibility of the taxpayers.
Yeah, we don't have anything like a responsibility fee. And I would welcome if there's someone from HSHV who wants to talk about the Love Train particularly. I think from the county side, what I can speak to on that, the cost model sheet that I showed, there's a set of columns on there that are lower down. The fees that HSHV collects that are related to adoptions or holding or restitution, those come off the top, right? And so that $1.9 million figure, that's after accounting for several $100,000 in revenue that HSHV collects, again, for fees, adoption fees, restitution related to those specific animals.
So for the animals that we're paying to house, when they adopt them out, the revenue that's collected gets
Correct.
credited back to the county?
Correct.
Okay, that answers my second
Yeah.
question that I was going to ask you, so you
Okay,
anticipated
good.
that.
But in terms of the Love Train, I would say the way we control for that is by, sharpening the pencils on the annual cost allocation and saying, hey, do the animals and the days of care and the intake numbers that they're saying is the cost basis for our contract, does that align with all the reporting that we have, right? And it does. And I mean, there's a lot in there. And I think we've certainly made unintentional minor mistakes. So have they, but it's a whole process of kind of working through this reconciliation on an annual basis where we do really try and understand where the animal's coming from. And I would say following that review that happens on an annual basis, I'm convinced that we're not paying for Love Train animals. It's been a big point of contact or discussion every single round of contract negotiation.
Well, we're not paying them for them at the time of adoption, but we may be paying for them later once they're adopted and then become a stray or
Yeah,
other
certainly.
services are needed.
Yep,
So the
but-
question that I have is, how can we create some kind of a revenue share in the revenue opportunity that is being created by the Humane Society because there is a likelihood
Yeah.
that once those dogs are adopted within Washtenaw County, they will then at some point become the responsibility of the taxpayers of Washtenaw County.
Sir, and I guess I understand the interest. I don't know how to solve it. I think what I would say is that there are many people from Washtenaw County who get animals elsewhere and take them into the county, even outside of HSHV. HSHV adopts animals to many people who don't live inside of Washtenaw County, so it's somewhat fluid. We do have reporting on all of this, but we have not talked about specific financial components of the contract on that specific issue. But to date,
I would like to explore this further.
understood. Yeah.
To Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, I've got a series of questions that'll probably take as long as Commissioner Robbie did. No, I'm just kidding.
I welcome it.
I just wanted to say I really appreciated the presentation. I thought it was fantastic. And also, I really like working session used in this way. I think since this is a big topic, that it's great that we used working session.
I'm thrilled to
for
hear
this.
that. Thank
So just thank you very much. This was excellent. And I wanted to do the pop quiz. I don't know if we're gonna, yeah.
Good. I'm thrilled to hear that, will of the board, all that stuff.
Okay.
And I will say I am available and happy to talk about this or engage in it at board meetings elsewhere in whatever format you find useful.
Yeah. Well, excellent job.
Thank you.
To Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep mine brief in terms of time. My first question was to the community. It looks like one purse, but there are different spaces for funding in Washtenaw County. When things are required by the courts or the prosecutor's office, is it coming from their budget or our budget?
So if there is an animal held related to a cruelty case, it is coming out of central charges that pays for this. So it's not part of the prosecutor's budget, but it's part of the general fund budget.
Okay. I would like to know why, as my fellow commissioner says, but that's probably for another time. Another question that I had was going back to, there was the chart with a little pie charts that got
Mhm.
larger. And then the next slide or so, apologies, I don't have it in front of me. It talked about doing a percentage of costs per animals brought back from that designated area. And I don't want it to disproportionately impact my community. But what I will say is transporting large rural animals costs a lot more than transporting a cat. Exactly. And in some of my more rural areas, when we see these red pies, I'm pretty sure there's a horse or two that's in there. And not some iguanas. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
They could all be iguanas. But I'm thinking, so I just like when we're looking at how this percentage works, and I know that that can be tricky, but if there's a way to kind of put in that multiplier of if it's a domestic
Mhm.
animal or agricultural
yeah.
animal. Again, just because it's a little more difficult to transport. Now, I'm not talking chickens. Don't come at me, chicken people.
Yeah.
I love my chickens.
Can I respond to that,
Something.
Commissioner?
Mhm.
So there is a distinction between what's paid for on the contract versus what they report to us. Agricultural animals, livestock is not part of the contract service. So other domestic is part of the contract language, but wildlife and non-domestic animals. and
So
we haven't had to spend a lot of time
horse?
defining domestic versus agricultural. we'll say.
So horse is egg, yes?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
but not, well,
Then those are lots of iguanas.
I've got a list and can,
Okay.
if you want to know how many ferrets, how many rabbits, we can.
Okay,
get you that.
all right, yep. No, I was just trying to
Birds, fish.
distribute the cost appropriately. So I appreciate that. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Great. Move to Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for all the work that you put into this. And I obviously, 2 out of the 3 communities that are in my district are currently putting something towards the contract. And I think you heard from one of, like, the
Mhm.
majority of my district is Ipsy City, and I think most people understand the financial challenges that Ipsy City has due to their untaxed property. And so I think, when some of this started, obviously these conversations have been going on. I think it's been hard for me as somebody when I'm having conversations with the people who I represent and the elected officials. We haven't taken formal board action. And so I think like level setting with where we think we can be and how we can be flexible. Part of the thing, and I think this is probably true for some of the smaller communities in rural parts of the county, these local governments don't have the staff or capacity to even ramp up registration. And so I think that's a big burden. But maybe there's a way for the county to be helpful in that way. And then maybe there's a way to automatically remind people like you need to renew your registration.
Mhm.
And so maybe that's something that could be a collaboration with the county and here on Valley Humane Society. But I think specifically in Ypsilanti, if you've ever sat through a budget season with them, it's really challenging. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to best, represent my district. And I think one of the challenges, we do have some communities in Washtenaw County that have major financial constraints, and I don't want us to overburden them. And I still want us to figure out a way to be a good partner, understanding that not every community in Washtenaw County can put up the same
Yeah.
amount, or put the same sort of, or even have staff that can even in part do some proactive stuff because, it's really challenging for small townships, similarly in Ipsy City. So I think for like one of the, I think the city manager mentioned this, the cost that was presented to the city in the fall was like a full-time employee for them. So I just think that perspective is important. Not everybody is in the same position.
Yeah, and just to respond to that, I think that's why I describe it as a money problem. Like, we like the
Yeah.
services, we just want to figure out how to pay for it
Right.
and how to pay for it and distribute the responsibility correctly. And I think that's where we really need your help to say, what do we need to do to tweak this to make it error. I think there's been some comments here that have been talked about tonight, and I think certainly what we've been trying to do is approach and saying, hey, here's this problem. We want to be able to sustain the service, but we also know that the county is not fully funding this at this point. It's a money problem for us. So let's work together to maintain the services while we figure out, how to fund it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think just to kind of like button up my concern generally, I think until we take formal action to give better direction to staff, it's going to be really difficult to move forward in a productive and positive way. And so hopefully after having this conversation, we'll have some options presented where we can actually take formal action. Because right now, everybody's just throwing at you their opinions. And it's really hard for you guys to be able to make a decision when we haven't given you clear direction as a body. So but I appreciate all the work that you're
Yeah,
doing.
well, that's why we're here. Want to be helpful with that too.
Go to Commissioner Light.
Thank you for presenting this challenging escapade that we always have. I really appreciate it. I just want to jump into the nitty gritty. So how many townships are there that make up this? Let's see, 1, 2. We're on page 22, I believe. 21, 22.
There are 20 townships in the county.
Okay, so away, and this is not a question. This is a continuance of my grief and complaints that I've had since I've been on this board, and that I must say I spent my first, after we got sworn in, after that short board meeting, I was here to 10 o'clock about this. So I deserve to say what I need to say. Ann Arbor Township, Superior Township, they pay their money.
Not Ann Arbor Township, City of Ann Arbor.
So the red portion of Ann Arbor Township. So Ann Arbor Township does not?
No, the 4 jurisdictions that we've got revenue contracts with: City of Ann Arbor,
Okay.
Pittsfield Township, Ypsilanti Township, Superior Township.
Okay, well, Superior Township does, and Pittsfield and Ann Arbor, everybody, we have too many, and we can make up that percentage, that, what is it, 54% of, let's just say everybody needs to pay equal fare. We all live in Washtenaw County, because the county cannot continue to spearhead this contract. We are unfortunately in a housing crisis, and those animals won't have anywhere to live if we do not manage our budget. And what is the cost of our contract?
About $1.9 million this year.
That's a lot.
Mhm.
And so we need to figure out a way. I don't think we should be paying 1 point anything for the services that we don't have a specific amount on how we service and what we service. This is just, it's not okay. And so we need to figure out what we're gonna do. But paying 1.9 million will not be the continuance of what we do. As I've said before, we will have animals running all around this county, but we won't be paying 1.9 million. So I don't know if digging into the reserve or the fund balance or whatever the case may be that they need to do, they should do it, because 1.9 million is not it for the rest of 26. We have to, but 27 is not option. So we need to go back to the table and figure it out. But as I said, 1.9 anything is not okay.
Yeah. If I just may respond to that, we do negotiate with HSHV on this stuff. And I think the situation that we were in a couple of years ago was that they were pretty clear in terms of saying that doing the county's mandate is not their mission, roughly. I mean, I think that's a fair approximation. But, so they're looking to have their costs covered for doing what we're doing here. I think certainly I hear that message. That's been a thing that has been challenging for us to negotiate. And the reason we're interested in this discussion right now is to talk about the consequences to the service model. I don't want to presume how HSHV is going to respond to what we present to them here. So it's certainly helpful to have the guidance.
Oh, well, also, since this is not their mission, It's not our mission to cover the cost of all of their extras and the care programs. That's not our mission either. Our mission is to maintain and sustain our county. And if we have to take care of our dogs, but as I said, they'll be running around Washtenaw County because it's not our goal to pay 1.9 million because that's not their mission. That's not my problem, but they decided to sign up for it and we're not gonna pay for their extras. So my mission is to make sure that, yes, we are safe, but I'm okay with dogs
Yeah.
running around.
I understand. I think maybe what I didn't say clearly, I think the concern that we've had in the past is that if HSHV has been unwilling to contract with the county, then what? You know, like what do we do in place of HSHV?
We find something else. I
Yeah,
mean, we're not gonna
yeah.
get, but we're getting bullied and pressured because they're saying we don't have other options. There's always an option. When you're put in a cramped up, jammed up position, you figure it out. And we've been put in positions that we didn't want to be in before and we figured it out. So don't dangle us and try to make us, just because it appears as if we don't have other options. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm always determined to figure out an option but don't threaten me. Don't try to hold me hostage just because you believe you're the only service provider. So I don't appreciate it. I don't, we're getting bullied into, or as I said before, dog walked because, you know, it's not okay. And it's increasing every year. It's well, this is not our mission, or this is not what we do, but we want to help the county. You're not helping us. You're taking away from housing, from feeding our residents. So I don't, that's not a concern of mine about the main, don't do it then. We'll figure it out.
Go to Commissioner Scott.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the presentation. I loved all the pictures in the presentation too. Really gave it that humanizing, seems like the wrong word, touch. And I just want to reiterate, again, what Commissioner Somerville said, that we haven't made a board action on this. So I've heard a lot of like people talking about what they would like to see happen, but I do think we have to figure that out as a board to figure out the next steps. And so I appreciate this as information for us to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have brief comments, but wanted to offer Commissioner Machewski a chance if he had anything to say. Great. And then I'll get to Commissioner Robbie right after this. Andrew, thanks so much for the presentation, for all that you've put in terms of your time into this. My take in terms of the purpose of tonight, I think we have a nationally renowned service provider, and that is not without cost. But what we get for it is a set of experience providing these services, community buy-in in that those services align with our values, and we have a content expert that can advise on the specifics of animal control and care. And so I am personally grateful at this table that we don't have some of the policy considerations for animal control in terms of how you do it. And let's be candid, which animals you rehabilitate and keep and which you euthanize and so forth, all those considerations that we're able to trust an external entity on. I do think you're right, though, when you talk about the problem being money related, that we have to figure out a way to get other jurisdictions to contribute something. I think your formula model is where I would go. We have a tradition in this county of using those sorts of things, be it, service contracts or millage distribution, that sort of thing. I think something that everybody can, see, can understand, can point to the arithmetic on, I think that is more likely to get communal buy-in. One thing that I hope you would tell the 9 of us is, how do we give you the tools to have some teeth when you deal with the municipalities. Because right now, essentially, our argument is, this is the right thing to do. This is the rational, collective, sort of organized thing to do. Please do it. And they say, you know, Andrew, you're very kind. Thank you for coming out here. No. So,
Regardless.
you know, giving you tools to be able to leverage, I think is incumbent on us. So, thank you also for, the inclusion of the dogs in the presentation and so forth. Humor aside, it is a good reminder that this is a service that is near and dear to people's hearts. And so it's not something we should take lightly, and it is good to have sort of that tangible connection in the presentation. I'm going to go to Commissioner Robbie. If anybody else has any other comments, raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say a couple more things. I forgot to mention, but Commissioner Sanders talked about the ordinance idea. I think that's something we should really be looking
Yeah.
at right now. I think that would be a good tool to, you know, support what Commissioner Labarge just said about having some enforcement mechanism, but also having some standards around how we do this. So I fully support the idea of doing a countywide ordinance. The other idea that I had too was around maybe tweaking kind of how you're approaching communities, taking into account the issues that the city of Ypsilanti brought in, and maybe creating some kind of a formula that includes the taxable base of the community and the amount of animals that are so sort of taking all of that into account rather than just doing sort of a simple thing. You could complicate it. The other thing I wanted to say is just building off of what Commissioner Light said. I fully agree with kind of her commentary. I do not feel that it is appropriate in any way, shape, or form to continue on in a manner where we feel like we don't have options. We have to understand that we have options. We have a massive bonding capacity. We could build a state-of-the-art facility. We could create revenue options within that. We could do our own love train, you know, revenue scenarios, just like the Humane Society does. There are other communities that do in-house animal control, similar to what Oakland, Livingston, and Jackson County do. Ingham County has their own, I believe, which could be another comparable model to look at as well. And each of those do have revenue opportunities. I think when we're negotiating, it should be understood that the Humane Society is a service provider, and that we are not, this is not something that we have to give them. And in fact, it's something that we can easily, you know, walk in another direction for. And at this particular juncture, we do have time to do that. And I think that we should make it clear to them that that there are options on the table and that they should be coming to us in good faith and presenting to us, again, the numbers. What does it cost to actually house these animals in our facilities? And until they can provide that clarity and transparency to the taxpayers of Washtenaw County, that is a fundamental problem with the negotiating process that needs to be resolved. The final thing that I'll say, and this is probably the thing that has me the most aggravated in this moment, is that your slideshow contains a vast majority dogs and far deficient in cat images. There's only one cat image in this entire presentation. And I counted, there are a total of 19 animal images and only one is a cat. And I feel like based on the statistics that you showed us, that is not a good representation.
You're correct.
Of where our community stands.
That's very, very much correct. There were 2 kittens that were added to the group who got surveyed yesterday, but they did not make it in time for the presentation. So, but no, you're right.
Sounds like a little bias in the
I hope it didn't come across in the
preparation of the
data.
presentation. I don't-
It's no, and we're working on that.
And Andrew, it's not bias when it's just a fact that dogs are better than cats. So I get it. No, our feline canine divide aside, any other comments on this item? Great.
Chair, I know we're slightly over, but there was a request for a pop quiz and I can make it very gentle and very quick. But I just do want to thank the colleagues who contributed for it. Brady, if you could pull up the very last slide. And it's not scored and everybody can get a dum-dum out of the back if you for participation. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, take it up with Tabitha. So just across the, you can see all the animals and the names down at the bottom there. I'll try and work through this very quickly. Maybe any guesses in terms of Tabitha's animal? It's just one. There's no repeats on here.
You should just tell us.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tabitha, what do you, yeah. Oh, do,
Let's narrow them down.
okay, yeah, please. Correct. Okay. Yeah,
That's on K's got.
I know that E is Michelle Billard.
correct. And this can be a group effort here.
We're narrowing them down.
Yeah.
Good. Does anybody else know any other?
I want to know who's D. D is beautiful.
Who's D?
I feel
Yeah.
like H you were saying is Tina. You kind of made.
Oh, yeah, H is Tina. for
H is
sure.
Tina. Yeah. It might be a neighbor of yours, Beth Gibbons. Yeah, yeah. She's also got the kittens.
Who is D? Michael Otten, that's a beautiful dog.
Catherine.
That's my dog, Rainbow.
Oh, they're so cute.
Oh, anytime. She's available.
And so just to roll through these. real
Wait,
quickly.
is Jay Brady?
No.
Yes, okay, great.
Brady, are those staffies?
Pit staffies, sure.
Okay.
They're so cute.
That's Tabitha.
The big dog, of course.
The big dog.
Just
Yeah.
go
Let's
through,
go
yeah.
through 'em now.
yeah.
All right, yeah, so A is Derek's dog, Baxter. We haven't talked about C. C is Jason Fee's dog in the back over there. Talked H, I, Shannon Effler's dogs, and then L are my dogs.
Aw, who's human?
Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, farm dogs. Thank you for humoring us, commissioners. I
Thank
didn't wanna,
you.
Sure.
Make it a little bit lighter, what could be a heavy topic. So appreciate the discussion. I look forward to working with you more on this topic.
Thank you.
We started with Tina and ended with this, so that was a good bookend.
Yeah.
Chair, how much time do you want to take? When do you want to reconvene?
I'd like to take 10 minutes. Thank you.
Any items for current or future discussion? Okay. I would entertain a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved.
Is there support? There's
Yep.
Support? All those in favor? say
Aye.
Aye. We are in fact adjourned.
Resolution to set a public hearing on the 2026 millage rate is a roll call. Okay. Appointments are roll call. Consent is voice. Okay. I need to ask Justin to. Wow, this agenda printed out is really special.
Things throw me off. I was like,
I don't even want to guess. My head is so bad. I don't want to be here. Thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Good on that?
I'm good.
Get it, need it, I'll come back. and get it to you.
Thank you. I want to tell people, what do we say it was? Business and brevity tonight. Business and brevity. These
How you
meetings,
doing, Brendan?
it's too long. Oh, my Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. That's the gavel. I'm calling the meeting to order. This meeting of Wednesday, May 6th, Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners. This time we'll stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brenda, could you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski. Here. Commissioner Robbie,
I'm here.
Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Fantastic. Before we go forward to public participation, I believe we have an honorary resolution that I think Commissioner Labar, is that a surprise to you? I hope not. Okay, great. It's going to present for us. Thanks, Commissioner Labar.
Welcome. Commissioners, we have on our agenda later tonight, the resolution honoring National Small Business Week as May 3rd through 9th here in 2026 in Washtenaw County. As you can see in the wording of the resolution, there's a number of important notations in terms of the data that small businesses contribute to our local economy, but also the many things that they do as supplemental investments to our economy. And it's important we just take a minute here in our meeting to acknowledge all that they do, to honor this special week, and really to afford our guests a chance to say anything if they want on their behalf. Or if they just want to take a wonderful resolution, take a picture and get on with their Wednesday night, we can also facilitate that. So wonderful. Okay. But thank you for the work you do and for being here. And we appreciate the opportunity to honor the week and all the work you do. Thank you.
I appreciate the business and brevity of the small business people who are here. I hope that that is a key to all of us as we go forward in the meeting. At this time, we're going to have public participation. If you're here to address the board, you're welcome to come to the podium and address us. You have 3 minutes. The lights will indicate your time. Green means go. Yellow means start wrapping it up. Red means I'm going to tell you your time is up. I do this in an attempt to be fair to everybody, not because I'm rude and like to interrupt people. So at this time, welcome to our meeting. Don't forget to tell us your name and the city or township from which you come.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name's Mary Campbell. I work for Washtenaw County, and I'm the president of AFSCME's Local 2733. I'm actually here tonight to speak to you in support of the work from home policy. There are some nuances that we would still like to sit down with administration to negotiate, but definitely in support of it. And that's what I'm here to tell you tonight. Thank you. And we do have a meeting that is going to be scheduled for Corporation Council to sit down and negotiate those things. Thank you.
Business and brevity. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Hine, President of Local 3052, also City of Ypsilanti resident. I echo everything that Mary said. We've had meetings with administration, a couple of special conferences, have talked with administration, and Commissioner Scott, I believe, was in at least one of those. The concept we do support. I can't speak for Mary's Union, but I support the concept. There's a lot of nuances, like Mary said, and some parity issues and other things that we're going to need to discuss. I did put forth a demand a bargain request. And just this evening before we came in here, Michelle did send us a communication indicating that she was going to schedule a meeting. So we would like to move this along. Do appreciate the fact that the commissioners are willing to entertain this resolution. And we did tell Mr. Greg Dill that we would make sure that we made our response well known to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Aldridge, address 705 North Zeeb Road. I'm here representing Michigan State University Extension, where I'm a program instructor teaching parenting classes and doing professional development for early childhood providers. Before I continue with my comments, I just want to mention that I'm going to make a brief mention of suicide and child molestation. And so I want anyone in the room who needs to take care of themselves to do so. So I want to share with you about a program I did last Wednesday evening at Beatty Early Learning Center in Ypsilanti. I was teaching a class on potty training, and it was really well attended. So clearly this is a hot topic. And one of the things that I discussed in this class was bedwetting. And I was talking about how bedwetting is developmental, not behavioral. In other words, children cannot help it when they wet the bed. It is just a developmental thing between their brain and their bladder. And sometimes children wet the bed into adolescence. And I really emphasized that we must not shame or humiliate children for bedwetting. After the class, a mom came up to me and she said, she was getting emotional. And she said, that was a really important conversation for me. She said, my brother died by suicide at 16 years old. And part of it was the shame that he had because he wet the bed. And she said, I remember the comments that my mom would make to him, shaming, embarrassing comments in front of others. And she said, I realized from what you taught me tonight that I'm using that same language with my own son. And I'm going to shift and change the way I'm talking to my son so I can have different outcomes for him. I also spoke about the importance of teaching children the accurate names for their body parts. One, because we shouldn't have any shame about our body parts, but two, because it helps prevent molestation of children because they can accurately describe what's happened to them. I had a father come up to me after the class and say that as a result of the conversation, he wondered if I could connect him with resources in the community because he feels as if his 3-year-old was exposed to some inappropriate behaviors. And I have community partners and I was able to connect him with those resources. So I just wanted to share that we changed the lives for at least 2 children in Washtenaw County last Wednesday night because of a class on potty training. So I just want to thank all of you for your continued support of MSU Extension. And I will leave some cards here with QR codes to access our programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Mayhew, Ann Arbor. Thanks, Commission, for letting me speak. I'm here tonight to ask you to move budget into poll worker training. A little unusual. The county clerk is responsible for training election inspectors. I'm sure you know that. There's new and different election disruptions happening. You need new training. Training needs budget. That's why I'm here. And based on some conversations I had earlier today, I'm going to run through some of the election disruptions that we've seen, real world things that have happened. I'm a poll worker. What do I do if a federal agent says, give me your ballots? Because that happened. It happened in Fulton County, Georgia. They stole ballots, and it's going on right now in Wayne. There's an open effort by the DOJ to get Wayne County ballots. What do I do if the governor's office calls me and says, cancel the election, we're done for today, we'll come back later? Because that happened. That happened about a week ago in Louisiana. The governor called off the election. What do I do if federal agents say, give me the tabulator, the voting machines? I sent you guys, some of you, a document showing this because it's not very well known, but Tulsi Gabbard went to Puerto Rico and took their voting machines. What is the poll worker supposed to do? We need a procedure, we need training. The clock is running. We appoint election inspectors by July 14th. So that'll cost money. That's why I'm here. But if somebody on staff says, yeah, there's a plan, I got a couple leading questions that I'm hoping you'll ask. What does that plan cost? Did they come to you for budget? Because training costs money. I get paid to do training. In fact, I did the training for election security before I came here. It was 40 seconds long. There were 2 instructions. Get a question you can't answer, call the clerk. If you think you need law enforcement, call 911. That deputy. If it's the federal agent law enforcement that's causing the problem, who's in charge? Poll workers need to know that. We need training. Training costs money. Please help. If you can't get straight answers for like who's doing what and when, if the answer comes out of somebody's mouth instead of off a printer, if it's not a document that you can see, please remember that a hyper-engaged constituent came in here and said, I don't think there's a plan. A little bit of budget and some push from you. I think we can change that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Wendy Albers, and I'm from Augusta Township here in Michigan. I just came to make a comment and ask that the commission maybe look into processes around the county offices that issue permits. And I just to pause a minute, you're probably going to hear from somebody in my township that has had issues with permits. My township is a small rural township. We do not have a building department. So anytime a business comes in or something, they need a permit for something, they come to the county. And we've had 2 significant issues over the course of the last few years. One was an outdoor shooting range that was built in Milan. There was no communication between Milan. Permits were given at the county level and building started. And the board, my board in Augusta, did not know anything that was going on. And now it's set up and we've got residents dealing with shooting like sometimes 8 hours a day. The second one, which I believe you're going to hear from a resident in the township, is about a storage facility that has been operating for decades, really illegally. They didn't have ordinances. I mean, this goes back a long way. So we're trying to undo things that were done illegally in the past. We had a board that was trying to address those things. And when the elections came, we got a new board and they dropped everything. So I don't know, I know nothing about the county processes and such, but if there could be some communication between the county and those departments that issue permits with the actual townships to see if the board is like, hey, yeah, we know about what's going on, or are there any issues with this request? It would be really helpful. So I just wanted to make that. And I'm always amazed when I come here because you guys start at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon and sometimes these meetings go really late. So I appreciate that you're here and the work that you do. And thank you for the time and listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, very much for your hard work. My name's Dave DeVarty. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor, a member of the Ann Arbor Zoning Board of Appeals, and a representative, a trustee on the Washtenaw Community College, which dealing with tax capture that's making it harder for us to keep our tuition rate low for every county resident, brings me tonight to speak in opposition to the $329 million public tax dollar subsidy for a private for-profit development. That's the Arbor South brownfield. That's more than 50% of the possible project cost of $588 million that I've seen listed. It's a proposal for one project at $329 million. Compare that to 36 previous brownfield TIFs in the county that have totaled among all of those at 112 million. I would argue that this is totally out of line historically and procedurally. It is not true that if this is not passed, no development will happen on the site. That's absolutely not true unless the developer chooses the unlikely course of action of letting this land lie fallow. Right across the street, State Street, there's a development currently happening at Briarwood, underway with all sorts of units. That economic activity, totally unsubsidized with public dollars, will certainly spur increased demand for more development in this area. This is happening with zero subsidy. The project is being sold as an affordability project. I would argue that's a misnomer for this project. Firstly, we're talking about 210 units of housing, affordable at 60% of area median income. That's affordability targeted at people making $75,000 a year, not people in the service sector economy making $15 or $20 an hour. And spending a $329 million subsidy for 210 units is like paying a $1.5 million of public subsidy per unit. I would argue we could spend that money more efficiently to get more affordable housing targeted at people making lower incomes than $75,000 a year. Thank you. I have much more to say, and I'd love to meet with each one of you independently. And remember, this compromises our ability, every taxing entity in the county, to provide the services that we do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rodney Taylor. I live in Augusta Township. Over the last 4 years, I've been talking to Justin, and he's a really good guy, and he's tried to help me all along. And it's gotten to where I've exhausted all the stuff me and him talked about to try to get help in my township. I bought my house in 2009. I noticed a big expansion of like a junkyard almost. There are used cars parked everywhere, all kind of storage buildings put up. They were all built on residential agricultural property with no permits. The county got involved and they sued the guy because things have to be up to code and stuff. There were a consent judgment made, and the consent, you'd think after you guys went through 4 years of negotiating, the consent wouldn't be changed. The new supervisor in my township now is admitted at one of the board meetings, he's a 40-year-long friend of the guy that owns the storage, Mitchell Storage. Now, this guy, not only is he a 40-year friend of him, he's changing the consent agreement that has helped Mitchell Storage and hurt me every inch of the way. And now I find out the guy's had a huge contract for the last 2 years almost, doing repairs, hundreds of thousands of dollars at Mitchell Storage. I've never heard such a big conflict of interest in my life. He's the supervisor. He is an employee of Mitchell Storage. He is changing consent agreements that the township, the county went through all that money and time. He's changing them to help him. I now, the county, when they did the consent agreement, there were going to be a 600-foot drainage ditch along my property, but it was supposed to be 30 foot away from my property, and there was supposed to be 2 sets of trees to block everything. Now, all of a sudden in 2025, Mr. Waller, my supervisor, gets the township and the county to change to where now I got a 600-some foot long ditch that looks like crap. And now that's not right. The county should have not let it happen. The county attorney knew that there were conflict of interest. My supervisor was working for Mitchell Storage. He's been a 40-year friend for him. And I think I'm hoping for you guys, I've exhausted, Justin, do you guys have any thoughts of trying to help me with this? It's just getting worse and worse. I went to a meeting. It's my constitutional right to come to a meeting and be able to talk. The guy says, you just go away. You get this guy a box of crayons and some paper so he can go over in the corner. Then the last meeting, he says, you cannot come in here and saying this stuff about me. And I brought proof. I did have the state police on the phone, since they wouldn't come out because it's not a rape or a shooting or anything. They called Mr. Waller, the supervisor, and said, Mr. Taylor has all these complaints about you. And he says, I'll hand them how I want. And then I went to a meeting and held up this is a police report from the state of Michigan saying, Mr. Waller said, Mr. Taylor is a constant bitcher and nothing is going to ever do to help him.
I'm sorry, that's time. I'm so intrigued, but I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay, thank you. But any help, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you. Wow. Anyone else for public comment? Holy moly.
Hi, my name is Dan Rubenstein. I want to echo and reinforce the comments that Dave DeVarty made. I agree with all, well-grounded in data. I have never served in public office. I have served on a few boards. I've been the president of the board of the Family Learning Institute. I was on the board of the International House Ann Arbor. I'm currently on the board of the Old West Side Association in Ann Arbor. I don't view, when I sit on a board, or if I were elected to county commission and I were sitting in your shoes, I don't view my role as a rubber stamp. You are elected, you're sitting on this board to exercise your judgment. I also have a background in business. I was 10 years at Ford Motor Company. I was in purchasing. I had to get sourcing recommendations approved by vice presidents. You had to have your I's dotted and your T's crossed. You had to know what you were doing. In addition to what Dave said, which I agree with all of it and I can reinforce some of it, I just want to point out a couple of things, which if I were sitting in your shoes, if I were a county commissioner trying to execute my responsibilities, I would never approve the Arbor South project today. Adopt, I guess is the word. I would not adopt it. What I would do is I would postpone it because there are issues that are not resolved where you don't have sufficient data. The biggest one is whether it's even a facility. It has to be a facility in order to qualify for brownfield. You don't know that it does. The last testing that was done of that soil was 15 years ago, before tanks were removed and replaced by newer tanks. You don't know if there's still added pollution there that qualifies it as a brownfield. And I know, because I am acquainted with Tom Weider, an attorney who may also speak tonight, I know through his research that there's going to be another assessment done very soon because EGLA required it. They've written to the owner and they've said, you need to do an assessment and you need to get the tanks that are currently there removed. So you know this new assessment is coming. You know you'll have up-to-date data by which to determine, is this really a polluted site or not? If I were in your shoes, I would simply postpone and wait until you have actual data. There's also questions about obsolescence. And beyond that, again, I can just reiterate everything Dave said. I can see the light is yellow. I'm not going to say anymore. But the fact of the matter is, this has not been done professionally. It's not been done well. You don't have the data you need. Wait until you can make an informed decision. You're not a rubber stamp. You are county commissioners. You're elected to exercise your judgment. This would be exercising very poor judgment. And if there's a lawsuit that reverses it, that will be on you.
My name's Tom Weider. I think you probably know that. And I'm going to talk about Arbor South as well. Now, I had things prepared, but something on the agenda struck me regarding how it describes this. And it says tax capture of 22 million from city operating. This is a $374 million capture from all sorts of services and agencies around the county. You are not just responsible for how much comes out of your pockets, and that is even understated. The tax capture table says that it will be $38 million coming from county villages. But for some reason, this only talks about 22 million out of the operating funds. What happened to the other 16 million? Doing the same tax table. Even on the agenda, we're sort of misrepresenting this and distorting what's happening. This is a $374 million capture. But let me go a couple of things on the eligibility. Again, eligibility is determined by what's in the ground now. You have a situation where the Fire Services Bureau, which is under Lara and does all the tank inspections, they're requiring the owner to have a new assessment done there. Wouldn't you like to know what that says before you approve that? Before you base this on this supposed pollution, which may or may not be there? Similarly, on the functional obsolescence, what's been presented is a hired opinion from an assessor from Macomb County. Does anybody around this table think there's been a 50% reduction in property values anywhere in the city of Ann Arbor in living memory? Because that's what this assessor hired by the developer says. A block away from here is City Hall. The city assessor, Jerry Markey, would be happy to provide an answer to that. He's already given the numbers I put in one of the things I sent to you. There hasn't been any reduction. That property for the last 9 years has averaged about $4 million or $500,000 an acre. There is no decline in property values that justifies doing this. But why don't you talk to the assessor instead of the hired gun that the developer has? Again, on the affordable housing, what are you getting from it? 3 months ago, the city did this development agreement, and it says that the developer is supposed to engage in a good faith effort to come up with an agreement with Ann Arbor Housing Authority Commission. Where is it? 3 months later, wouldn't you like to see what you're getting in terms of affordable housing before you vote for this? Because you don't know right now, because that hasn't been produced. And there's just so many things like this. What's it hurt to wait a little bit? This thing has been in production for 7 years. And maybe take a few weeks, even a few months longer to answer these questions before you take this much money out of so many government services in this county. Thank you.
Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. I would just like to say, I would like to plant trees that I'll be able never to sit under and feel the shade of those trees. Plant fruit trees that will be able to bear fruit that I'll never be able to eat. I want to leave that behind for my child, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and also of all of yours. And the Arbor South project is rotten fruit from a tree that you're going to leave for future generations to have. You're taking away from them to have people now. Maybe in the future, I can show you a case where just by putting people in an area doesn't necessarily help the area. I can bring that one time for you. But this project's not perfect. And it's like you're settling for something. You're settling for the first thing that comes along. I'd say wait and wait for something else, because the tax capture is not correct. Right now, at the Ypsilanti City Council meeting last night, they're in a $3.4 million, what they call gap. Councilman McLean is already hoping that they would see some kind of income to help the city of Ypsilanti from the Water Street project. That is a true brownfield, okay? And that is going to get tax captured like you wouldn't believe. And when that happens, what's going to happen to the city of Ypsilanti? You're going to be still left in the hole with more people and possibly more services to provide for those people that they're going to not have money for, nor is the county. All this is additive. It adds up to one big number if you add it up, that you're taking from future generations, that you're stealing from them. I ask that you not accept this project, put it on hold, and think about it until a future date, until you actually get more information, because this project is not perfect. And you're putting affordable housing in a concrete jungle, which some people would deem a 15-minute city, which they're trying to do, where you live here and you can eat there, and you don't really have to go far because you can work in your apartment from home. And that's what they're trying to create, and taking away from the downtown area by creating all these little niches. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Tabitha, do we have anybody online?
Yes, Chair, we have a phone number online.
Just one? Maybe the last four?
Yes.
Yeah.
4464, apologies.
All right, 4464, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Linda Brower. I live in the 5th Ward,
I am asking you to vote no on the Arbor South Brownfield plan tonight. Katie Scott is my representative on the Board of Commissioners. I hope she and Commissioner Labar will join Commissioner Robbie in turning down this plan, which is neither good for Ann Arbor nor for the county. I'm asking the other commissioners who represent non-Ann Arbor portions of Washtenaw County to please, please save Ann Arbor from itself. Ann Arbor has become its own worst enemy. The proposed brownfield plan for Arbor South is historically huge and a very, very risky tax giveaway to a private developer. I'm not going to list all the reasons that this is a very bad idea. Others have done this very well. Attorney Tom Weider has laid out a detailed analysis of the flaws in this plan and the disingenuous machinations used by the developers to appear eligible for brownfield money. Many other citizens, including the wonderful Dave DeVarty and others, have written and spoken explaining why this is not a good idea. At your last meeting discussing this proposal, Commissioners Robbie and Saunders pointed out the many downsides it will have on county revenue with negative effects on county residents. There is no reason for public support to a developer which needs the support to include a number of huge parking structures on a newly designated TC1 zoned transit corridor, the purpose of which was to build residential units that can rely on public transportation rather than cars and thus contribute to sustainability. Please look carefully at the risks and negative consequences of approving this plan. I urge you to vote no tonight or minimally postpone it until you do your due diligence, examining the details and budget of this brownfield proposal. It's not clear to me that you have done that due diligence yet. Thank you. Not everything bright and shiny is good. This one is particularly bad. Thanks again.
Thank you. Tabitha, anyone else online?
No one else, Chair.
Okay. At this time, I'll take follow-up to public participation. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to thank my friends from Augusta Township for coming out and sharing your concerns. Rodney, I know this has been, I can't believe it's been 4 years that we've been working on this. I think like we started that, took me a couple of years to meet you in person because my ankle was broken. Then we finally came out, and thank you to Water Resources Commissioner for coming out to your home to try to learn more about the issues going on there. I'll continue to work to try to figure out what more I can learn about it and figure out hopefully some way to be helpful. And then to the permitting piece, I think that's an interesting conversation for us to have because I remember when you first started, Wendy, I'm gesturing at you now, when you first started coming here to make us aware about the issue with the gunfire, and there's a lot of challenges going on there, and I want to figure out how I can be helpful. And I think the permitting issue may be something we could talk about. So I'm in touch with the two of you regularly. Rodney, I know I got to return a phone call from you, but I'm glad I got to see you today. And then we'll take it from there. And hey there, thanks for coming. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up? Commissioner Labar?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to thank the person who spoke on behalf of MSU Extension. I think that was a great example of weaving in some tangible examples of government work that can improve lives in small, quiet moments, and really appreciate you putting a little example to it here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up to public participation? Commissioner Robbie?
I just want to briefly thank everybody that came out to give testimony today. And thank you to all the folks that came to speak about Arbor South. I thought you were very well worded, very well researched. And I think you brought up some really good points that I hope my colleagues will consider. So thank you all for coming today.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up? You guys are doing great with business and brevity. I love it. All right, thanks everyone for coming to talk to us at the meeting tonight. I always appreciate public comment, and I'm thrilled to have you here. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I want to move that we go into closed session to discuss pending litigation, United States of America versus Washtenaw County.
I can't. Okay. Can we have a roll call vote on that, please? Things I never thought I'd hear. Shouldn't be.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Sure.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
If I must.
Commissioner Scott,
Let's go.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's have the meeting come back to order. At this time, we have liaison reports. Do I have any liaison reports? Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Somerville and I did a little excursion with the ride recently, and we wanted to share a little bit about it. We got like some nice swag here. Tabitha, now would be the appropriate time to show the video, please. There's a video.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
I was thinking.
It's a squishy bus.
Oi, oi, oi.
That's a little lag.
My name is Annie Somerville, and I represent District 6 on the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, covering the city of Ypsilanti and parts of Ypsilanti and Superior Townships.
And I'm Justin Hodge, and I represent District 5 on the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, which covers most of Ypsilanti Township and all of Augusta Township.
Well, today, Justin, we're headed to the Downtown County Administration Building.
All right, and what do we do there?
Well, when we're at the admin building, it's always usually when we have board meetings.
The ride is safe, clean, accessible, and just a good time.
Bellflower. Oh, I really love connecting with residents and helping them with their day-to-day issues that involve county government.
My favorite part is being able to work to provide excellent human services for the people of Washtenaw County.
Well, we made it to the county administration building.
And we're ready to go do some good government thanks to the ride. Wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the county.
Very cute.
You can watch it without the lag on their social media. It was a good time. There's a lot of unused footage. So maybe we'll release that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other liaison reports? Okay, let's not throw that again. Okay, all right. Report from the county administrator. We have with us tonight, Deputy County Administrator Andrew DeLue. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. Two brief, one brief report and then one a little bit more involved, but I think of importance to the board. First, Greg and I and several of our colleagues from CMH, I believe many of you know Director Trish Cortez and Administrator Lisa Gens. We had the chance to accompany Commissioner Maciejewski to a meeting of the Western Washtenaw Regional Advisory Group in late March. We've been invited there several times and had a chance to talk with them about county buildings, general county budgeting practices, and then a lot of time is spent talking about the mental health and public safety millage and how CMH is investing in that community. It's always a pleasure to be invited and to speak, and I think for our part, it was really good. And it's a group that we're looking to work with more in the future. So that's on the Western Washtenaw Regional Advisory Group. And so to the second part, though, you heard a pretty extensive report from Parks Director Megan Bonfilio last week about where we are in the planning process, but there's also some discussion about how to fund that. We are working on a board action item that we expect to bring back to this group soon, but tonight have a presentation from our CFO, Tina Gavalier, that will speak a little bit more to how we are proposing to you all to recommend having complete funding for that building so we can stay in alignment with the very aggressive building schedule that we've committed to the public.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. Don't make me cry. Let's see. Oh, it's catching up. So you've seen this slide before, but what we did is we added in the county capital improvement borrowing. So we have settled on 18 million, the maximum amount as of right now. Administrator Dill wanted me just kind of walk through this to go over the amounts that we have to spend first, the grants, the Superior Township ARPA funds, and the bond borrowing should be spent first, and then the other sources of what has been committed or allocated towards construction. Also to note, about 500, just under 505,000 has been allocated structurally for operational costs. And Parks is working on determining the operational cost model, and we'll share more information when available. We're going to get into a little bit of the bonding timeline. You've seen this also before. The check marks have been the bullets that have been completed. So everything on this slide except the continued updates under the county administrator have been done. There is a pending public notice and intent to borrow resolution that was published in the legal newspaper on April 23rd. That expires on June 7th. We have requested ratings on the bonds per the financial consultant. He had recommended that we do the rating calls prior to my departure, just because I've been through a rating call. Well, Greg and I both have been through a rating call, and just to kind of make sure that, you know, we want to reiterate and obtain that AAA bond rating. So less transition and less stress. It'd be stressful for me and Greg, but not any new appointed CFO. The timeline is still to come, and hold on a sec, there we go. The rating meetings are scheduled for May 14th and May 15th. We should receive the ratings by May 29th. We are preparing a single reading item for June 3rd. We have a draft resolution from the bond council that will also be accompanying the rating agency meetings that we have next week. Again, the referendum period for the public notice of intent expires June 7th. If the board wants to do a second reading, that's July 1st. And then the sale of the bonds preliminary official statement will be released July 9th. The competitive sale is estimated to be done July 16th. And then the final closeout will occur between mid-July and delivery of the bonds by August 6th. So for full transparency, we wanted to share, and I know this is small, but hopefully you have it in electronically and you can zoom in, but we had asked the financial consultant to give us a couple quite a few. I mean, there's 3 pages, and I think there's 3 scenarios on each page. So the first page is, this was $1 million annual payments for different levels of borrowing. So at 10 million, 15 million, and 18 million. 18 million comes in with a $1.1 million bond payment over 30 years. Also on this slide, and let me see if I can get the little clicker to work. The interest payment is the middle column in each of these scenarios. That is the cost of the interest to borrow the varying different amounts. So when you look at the $10 million borrowing for 13 years, the total cost of that would be just over 2.4 million. 15 million for 24 amortization would be $9 million cost. 18 million for 30-year amortization is a $14.9 million cost. Note that the longer you bond for, the time period, the higher the interest rate. And I think Commissioner Robbie pointed that out last time. I want to make sure that. So the second amortization schedules are for 20 years. Different borrowing amounts, again, 10, 15, and 18, but same type of concept. $10 million for 20 years would be $4.5 million costs. 15 years for 20 years, I mean, 15 million for 20 years would be just about $6.8 million of cost, and then 18 million for 20 years is 8.1 million. The final schedule is, again, varying amounts with anticipated annual payment of $1 million. One is a 20-year amortization, 25-year amortization, and a 30 amortization to keep around that that $1 million bond payment. Again, borrowing costs for 20 years at 13.8 million is 6.2 million. 15.3 million for 25 years is 9.7 million. And then 16.9 million, the cost is for 30 years is 13.4 million. And then finally, this slide is what we are recommending, the structural allocation to fund the 20-year, $18 million borrowing. So what we did is we took the 2026 property tax growth, multiplied that by the 1.5% increase in property tax assumption for 2027. That gives you just over 3.4 million available to allocate. Remember, we have a 0.5% wage increase triggered by our property tax growth. It costs just under $1 million. The annual bond payment for the 18 million for 20 years is just over 1.3 million. And then we still have just under 1.2 million potentially to allocate. And we want to potentially recommend some type of contingency for construction just because of the conversations that are continuing about the footprint, the makeup of the building, that sort of thing, as well as consideration for that 1.2 million of other county operational cost allocations that will come back to you sometime after the, in alignment with the first quarter budget update and or the budget reaffirmation. Also should note that 2026 property tax growth of just under 3.4 million minus the 0.5% wage increase effective July 1st, so it's half the cost of a full year cost, gives you 2.9 million of non-structural funds still to allocate to priorities. And with that, I will take questions.
Thank you, Tina. Also thank you for your service. I guess, so great. I understand all of that. Can you talk about risks associated with this? Like, I just want to know what risks there are in case things go, like, there's like a downturn, an economic downturn.
So there is always risk, right? We may have an economic downturn. I think signs in the economy are indicating potentially an economic downturn. But we have not had a loss in property tax revenue since probably 2012, 2013 at this point. We are very conservative in our property tax growth assumptions to help weather that. So, you know, if you look back in time, we probably hover around average over the last 10 years of 3% property tax increase when you take it all inclusively per year. So there is always a risk, but yes.
But you think we're in a solid position?
Yes, to
Okay.
start, yes, to start with, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sanders? So my question is, I looked at the numbers that you gave us. Do we know why we're not asking parks to pay more than $3.5 million? I mean, what is parks sitting on in terms of their, I mean, this is their responsibility as well as county, but 3.5, that's all we're getting other than the operational? So I'm asking that out loud. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
what you were.
I'll do my best. And I think certainly we're very cognizant of that. This is a massive undertaking for the organization, is what I would say. And it's really taking all efforts and all resources to deliver, I think, what we believe the community expects of the county. What this represents is a big general fund investment in the bonding, but the operations, I think, are something that we are also very concerned about, being able to structurally fund and be able to deliver the programming through the facility that the public expects. So those are still in development. Again, as Tina mentioned, we're not able to report on those tonight, but do expect those to be significant and certainly be in the same ballpark, I think, at this point in terms of where the bond payment would come from. And that's, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead. Nope. I'm gonna.
I think we've anticipated this and have worked closely with Megan and her team to really investigate all funding sources with this. So I think we're aware of it and have been doing our due diligence on it.
Okay. I'm just putting it out there. Megan knows I will call her anytime if I have a question. But also I'm kind of reverting back to the discussions. I don't want to say the pressure, but the suggestions that were made to us as a board regarding when we were going to put Parks and Recs on, approve them being put on the ballot for their millage renewal. And the East Side Rec Center was used often as that carrot and stick to say, oh, we're really gonna need to know in advance, so we need to be put on here early. I just wanna make sure that respectfully, they are providing, what we know they are capable of providing towards the offset of these costs. And I guess I want to say publicly that there has been pushback for some time. It's gotten a whole lot better over the last 8 months or a year. But prior to that, there was kind of just almost outright opposition to it. And I've called a spade before, and I'm gonna say it again. The people on the east side of the county pay relatively the same tax burden that everybody else pays towards the operations of parks and recs. We have just refurbished the Mary Lou. We've just poured a ton of money into that. And so I just want to make sure that I'm continuing to blow my horn about equity. I don't want to, I'm not going to just pick on Parks and Recs. I'm going to say that sometimes it looks like this across the board, where it's a kind of situation where respectfully, everybody wants to spend our money first and not want to spend the money that they have, that they are given for these exact same purposes. We're not asking Parks and Recs to do something outside of what they are missioned or chartered to do. And so I just want to, I'm going to keep putting it out there. Because I know that there are people that don't want this to happen. And that's not acceptable. So I'm saying that out loud. We need to give the residents what they deserve and what they paid for, and not try and double dip them.
Thank you. I have Hodge, Robbie, and then Light.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And again, thank you for your service. Is there anything with this strategy that you have concerns about related to our ability to continue to provide compensation increases for staff? And
Tied to property tax increases? Yes, it's going to get more and more challenging to do that, but I think the board has realized that with the current union contract agreements that we have coming out of.
okay, can you talk a little bit more about that, just so we can start, so the board can start?
You will
being
have
thoughtful?
less and less to allocate structurally to other things, other priorities, if you try to, or if you continue to tie wage increases to property tax growth. But it has become a practice for, I don't know, 10 years now.
Okay. Do
or
you have
more.
any other suggestions for us or other things to consider related to that?
I think we've invested a lot in compensation over the last 5 years, tremendous amount. And I think that we can't continue at the current pace. So it's realistic, kind of cost of living associated with inflationary factors will be the limited wage increases. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'm trying to be very careful.
I know, touchy subject, but I appreciate.
No. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a few questions for you about the different bond scenarios. Before I ask you about that, though, I do want to add and support what Commissioner Sanders was saying. I do, I serve on the Parks Commission, and maybe this is a conversation for later too. I do firmly believe that it is well within the board's responsibility to issue these bonds to help, complete this project. It's something that I've advocated for years, and I think it's the right thing for us to do. I'm really glad that we're exploring it now, and very much supportive of it. And I do think that Parks has some funds that they've been squirreling away, which I appreciate the conservative nature of doing that. And it's been something that the parks have been doing for over a decade now, putting money to the side to help support, operational, future operational needs that the Parks Commission has. I will advocate with Parks and my fellow Parks Commissioners that I do think it is important that Parks does step up. I think they will be stepping up for the operational costs of this program, which will be significant. And there will be a subsidy that the parks will have to, on an annual basis, provide to operationalize the East Side Rec Center. So that will be built in on an ongoing basis. I do agree with Commissioner Sanders that I would like to see a little bit more front-end investment to help offset the ultimate costs that the county is going to have to bear with to bond for this. So that's just something I wanted to state out loud because I have feelings about the amount of money that parks are putting into that reserve fund that are not getting spent on current needs, though I understand the long-term fiscal strategy of trying to put money to the side that can ultimately be used to fund future programming. So I just wanted to make sure to say that and agree with Commissioner Sanders' point that, these dollars do belong to everybody. And when we see big investments in my community, but not as big investments on the east side, that becomes an equity issue. And so we want to see both the county board making those investments and parks making those investments as well. The questions on the bonding front. So the different scenarios that you proposed, a few questions that I have. First is, and I'm trying to bring back the files in the depths of my brain from previous bonding discussions over a decade ago, but I don't remember the exact term, but I think it's like calling the bonds basically. Like, are these bonds that were going to be issued to the county going to be callable or non-callable bonds? I guess what I mean is, can we pay them off early? Is there going to be the opportunity to pay them off early and avoid, the full amount of the interest payments?
So we won't know that until the sale. Right now, the financial consultant says that probably 99% chance that we would be able to refinance at the 10-year mark.
Okay.
At this point, the way with the sales are occurring and what is coming in when you put a bid out or a sale out. That's what he was talking from.
So if we do, and your recommendation is to do a 20-year?
Administration, finance, and the financial consultant. Yep. 20-year, 18 million.
So halfway through, we could, pretty good chance that we'll be able to refinance or pay down a significant portion of the bonds to avoid, if the interest rates are better at that time, to avoid the volume of interest payments that we would currently have. I mean, the interest rates now, would you characterize them as like moderate? They're not that high, right? But
No, but timing is everything, right? When we did the refinancing in 2022 for the 2014, 2015 capital improvement bonds, by the time when we started that process to the end, the interest rate was not in any of the scenarios.
oh, geez,
unfortunately.
okay, yeah.
So,
So depending on
we're
how
at the
long this
mercy
process
of,
takes,
I
yeah.
don't see interest rates changing. The feds aren't doing anything right now. So if we can get this deal done, which the board seems to have an appetite to accelerate this, then I'm hopeful, right? Until it's sold though, you don't know what you're locked in.
Okay. So bottom line is, interest rates are moderate right now. These bonds are likely going to be callable at the 10-year mark, and potentially we could alleviate some of our financial burden for the interest if that works out in that way. Okay. Second question on that was, there was a little asterisk on your chart about the bonding costs. Is there like a typical percentage of what that is of the total bonding amount? I assume this is like the bond
So
council
I had to
fees.
sign engagement letters with MFCI. I won't speak to bond counsel. I don't know what Michelle can speak to bond counsel, how those are coming in. But MFCI right now, it's under $5,000. Unless they have to incur costs, we will do a rating call virtually, so we won't have travel costs. Usually that's wrapped into it. And then there will be a cost for pulling the ratings with Moody's and S&P Global rating services. Right now, the engagement letter with S&P, I think, was $26,250 came in of what that cost would be. So there are some nominal costs, and I say that lightly, right? I would think that they're going to be about $50,000 or less in totality.
And
Don't
bond
know, I
counts?
didn't-
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I interrupted you.
But, I didn't see the price for Moody's. I did look the last time we pulled a Moody's, rating for delinquent tax, and it was under $20,000. But it, part of the borrowing amount drives that cost.
Okay. And bond council, is that typically a percentage of the total or?
I don't recall, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. And then for the payment mechanism that you put up the slide for, so that was for 2027. Is it correct to assume that over the next 20 years, we're anticipating that any increase in taxes, a portion of it would go to this? Is that kind of how we're financing?
No, this is the 2026 growth, that is compounded in 2027 as a recommended allocation, as a structural allocation. So when 2020, hopefully with fingers crossed, 2027 property tax come in and it's a positive and it's an increase, this is already counted for 20 years.
I got you.
And that
Okay,
would be able to be allocated for 27 and beyond.
I got you. So we are not going to be using any, well, let me ask it this way. 'Cause I brought it up last time.
I know where you're going.
The bonds, the bond payment savings that we will incur once we have paid down the jail bond. Is that already spoken for somewhere else in the budget?
Not yet.
Okay. So
That's
this-
800,000. Last payment is 2027. And I will remind commissioners, there's not been a determination of reallocating those dollars, but that $800,000 was a result of police services savings that the sheriff at the time put towards the bond payment for the jail expansion. I'm not saying it should go back to the sheriff's office, but until we have a good picture or estimate of how they are in their current year budget, because we know that we had projections indicating one thing at the end of last year. But anyways, until we know for sure that any budget issue is resolved, I would recommend not allocating that at this time.
Okay. That's helpful. But so in theory, it is extra cushion in the county budget moving forward that allows some flexibility. But you have not used that in your payment plan for this bond because you're using the structural increase in taxes from 2027, which will carry forward and basically until we see a reduction in taxes in the future, potentially.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Light?
I think Commissioner Sanders and Robbie made it, I also in agreement, just wanting to make sure that Parks and Rec can do their due diligence to make sure that they can support with the bond. And I believe that there is more than enough of what we have in the past talked about a fund balance, not fun. I think that there is enough in that fund balance or in that reserve to assist and back up that bond. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you. I didn't realize that this may put you on the spot, so I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
Can you help me understand how this path makes more sense than just using some of our fund balance to fill in the gap for this project?
Well, it's a 20-year, I call it a 20-year structural allocation.
Right.
Fund balance should be used for non-structural allocations, and for, an perfect example, economic downturn. We know if there's an economic downturn that fund balance could be used to fill gaps, right? Hopefully it would be a short term, a year or two, or God forbid, a 3-year. I mean, last time it was 2 years, economic downturn, but that would be the appropriate use of fund balance for those type of things, because we know we have contractual commitments, and there's no guarantee that with contractual commitments that
say the unions, if we decided that we needed to reduce costs, would come to the table to do that.
Okay, I guess I'm just thinking like the overall interest long-term. And I'm also just thinking about things that we're currently funding with ARPA that are gonna expire and they're all gonna kind of like hit the fan for the board at once. Like I'm thinking about funding positions in REO. I'm thinking about the community health workers. So I'm just trying to understand if this amount is the part that makes the most sense for us, given some of these things are gonna be coming in 2028 for us. And where that money is gonna come from to help fill positions that we currently are paying for through ARPA that are gonna be all up all at once. So just trying to think about that too.
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I think that there has been some momentum to get this project done, and I think to fill the gap of what is needed to build it this is the quickest route to get there.
Bonding rather than using,
Rather than using fund balance, well,
Mhm.
I mean, we haven't talked in the administration on that front, but that is we could talk about that. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to say anything about the community partner conversation?
I'll look to the chair as I speak to it. Maybe the general comment would be, we are still seeking other funds to help support construction of the building as well as operations. Our focus though has been making sure that we have enough money that is known and secured to be able to proceed with the construction schedule, right? And being able to break ground, have a foundation in place before winter, which is when things get really hard, just to be able to meet the public expectations around it. So I think our hope would be that you take this as our best effort to say, here is how we can have full funding to build the building that you all saw the presentation of last week, but are also trying to build in contingencies so that if additional funding is secured, that we've got ways to use it that can reduce the amount of funding that's coming from the county, either to support the capital costs that we're talking about or to support operations in the future. So we're working on that. I don't have more of a presentation tonight or an update, but that's been a big focus of Greg's efforts over the past several months.
Thank you, and thanks. I'm not asking these questions because I don't support bonding for the project. I'm asking because I want to understand what all of our options are before we make a final decision. And I guess earlier it was stated that we needed to use other sources before we could actually bond. Can you explain that a little bit more?
On that first.
Yeah.
That slide,
And so I think,
$49.4 million, just under that slide. Just because the grants have deadlines.
Yep.
To be spent. So that was what the intent was. It would be,
But we are, sorry.
no, go ahead.
So, but we are we're not slowing down our actual action to bond until those are used. Because
No. We-
Okay,
No,
I just
no.
wanted to make sure, because that was like kind of scary. I was like, what does that mean?
No, but an important thing to know is if you bond for a construction project, you can't earn interest, or you can't, well, you can earn interest, but you can't make more money, right? So there has to be a certain order of way to spend down the identified funding that has been committed. Obviously, grants and borrowing first before we do the general fund swap,
Mhm.
7 million, or maybe the Parks and Rec Commission, 3.5 million that's been allocated for construction, but the rest of, and then the endowment fund could probably be later. I don't want to speak for parks, so I don't want to.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just was trying to get like a bigger picture, and then I know that the comments have been made that like shovels won't go into the ground until it's very like clear. And so is clear not clear until we actually vote on approving the bond?
I think we want to identify we want to have the identified funding in place for the cost of the construction. Remember, we have to do our due diligence for the borrowing, for sure.
Mhm.
That's important to demonstrate that.
Yes, I agree with that. But so like on the other side of this, on the construction side, the construction firm won't begin until this board formally votes on the bond?
Oh, Megan is right here. So.
Hello, everybody. Construction timeline that we shared last meeting, it honestly kind of aligns well, especially for the aggressive single read timeline. If we approved at the June 3rd meeting, we're looking to try to do an initial bid package for foundation and work that would start this summer, towards the end of the summer, but we're still proceeding with the course of action that the bond would go forward, and we're
preparing to start construction at the end of the summer. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to build off of what Commissioner Somerville was saying. I do think that there is still room for a conversation about utilizing some fund balance. I don't think that we can or should necessarily use I don't even know if we have $18 million of fund balance to use per policy. But I think every $1 million that we put up front and don't bond for, it means less interest payments and lower annual payments. So I think it's an option to do like a hybrid model where we like take some money out of fund balance and then bond for the rest. So maybe it's not 18 million, maybe it's, we put 3 million in and bond for 15 or something. So that would potentially reduce our annual costs, but that's just a question of like what the opportunity cost is for us, whether it's worth, the losing that fund balance on an annual basis. I do, by the way, think the part of your proposal, I think, was to have some of the 2027 increase go into like a contingency. I think it'd be worth considering squirreling some of that money away as well for that 10-year mark when we can potentially refinance and having some money in reserves to like potentially pay some of that down early so that we're not refinancing for as much. So I think that, so 3 things, we could use fund balance now, bond, and then squirrel money away for in 10 years when the county could potentially pay down its obligation early or at least shorten the period from an additional 10 years to maybe 5 or something like that to avoid some of the interest.
Commissioner Sanders?
So the bond payment would be made by whom? The county or Parks and Recs?
The county. Right now, it's county general fund dollars has been identified as the funding source for the 20-year bond payment.
And on your way out the door, since you were here back then, how did we pay for Mary Lou? Did we bond? Where did we get the money to build that facility?
You know? We'll have to investigate that. I don't have an answer for you.
So I'd like to, if it's possible, I'd love to have some sort of comparison. How did we pay for Mary Lou? What did we have to do to get that money? Where did it come from compared to what we're looking at for the east side? When you, not tonight. Yeah, okay.
Can talk about our fund balance a little bit though.
Okay.
So we do have a healthy fund balance. Parks Department does keep a substantial fund balance, but out of that, just over $13 million, $10 million is already encumbered by the Parks Commission itself. So 3.5 of that goes towards the East Washtenaw Community Recreation Center. 6.4% goes, or sorry, 6.4 million goes to the Border to Border Trail Initiative. It's a substantial cost investment for the county. It's something that's been voted on highly by every member of the public across the board in terms of, not every member, but highest rating for our community needs assessments is paved and unpaved trails throughout the county. So the Parks Commission has responded in kind and has encumbered some of our fund balance for matching and constructing the trail. So the remaining portion, which is just under $3.3 million, goes to our capital improvement fund. I was asked to provide a capital improvement overview, and I provided about 5 to 6 years of capital improvement projects, which total more than $30 million. Our Parks Department is 50 years old, and our infrastructure also is old. So we have a number of projects which could be moved around over the course of many years, but there is a lot of cost to running a park system. So we are looking to fund the operation of the East Washtenaw Community Recreation Center. Additionally, we are staffing and administering the design of this project as well. We've hired a construction project manager. We've already got that person on board. We're looking to hire a superintendent before the building's even open. So the Parks Department is adding all those costs already, and I'm happy to outline that in more detail and give some good cost assessments for it. but I would say that we're partnering collaboratively with county administration. Additionally, to the question about Mary Lou, I believe, and I wasn't there at the time, it was built in 91. It was a county parks initiative specifically. Cost for construction at the time was significantly less. This is a project that is a joint project between both county administration and county parks. We don't have all of the money to build a building like this, and so we wouldn't have chose to build the building right now if we didn't have the resources available to do it. So it is collaborative, and I think hence that's why you see all the different funding components that have gone into it.
So I can respect your response to that. I think I just so the largest community that I represent is all about their parks and their recreation and the border to border and the biking and walking. And I absolutely understand that. I support that. But I do want to remind our general public that we are talking about an area in our county that does not have the luxury necessarily of being able to leisurely walk and bike somewhere because they likely have 2 or 3 jobs. They likely do not have the support for their children or a safe place for them to go and be on the scale that possibly the community that I represent does. And so I guess I just want to kind of, brand that big ugly E, equity. And I want to keep that at the forefront. Because we are talking about, and I don't like a deficit model discussion, but until we are able to change the soil, that's not my word, that's Parsons' word, we need to look differently. Because right now, it sounds like we are looking at Parks and Recs in terms of how they service a certain population in our community and not all in our community. I mean, I don't want to talk about the fact that it looks like we're not going to have supported summer programming on the east side. Maybe somebody can help me figure that out. And it's not my area. Specifically, it's not my sworn area, but they're still my people. And so I want to make sure that we are not scapegoating our way out of doing what we would do for any other area. Because that's what it kind of sounds like. And it keeps coming back around to sound that way. And I'm just gonna be honest, I'm resentful of it. I don't like it. If we've got money for everything else, we need to be able to make sure we've got money for that area. And those families that don't know anything about a doggone border to border. What is that? And where is it running through their community? I don't know where it's running through their community. I haven't seen it. You can tell me. You can take me on a tour.
Be happy.
But I'm just saying, this week, we're not calling a spade. When you have the type of job and benefits and financial support to be able to come home and be done at 5 o'clock and take your kids out on their brand new bikes and ride for an hour and then come back home for dinner, every community does not have that luxury. And I hope that with the East Side Parks and Recs, we are moving those communities in that direction. So that's my spiel. If I got to fall on my sword, I've done it before and I will continue to do it. That community deserves it.
I don't
It's been
disagree
30
with you.
years.
Tina, you're gonna miss us.
Maybe a little.
Okay. Yeah. Andrew, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Chair. Thank you to Tina and Megan for addressing the questions. I think just to the commissioner discussion, this is important for us, and I hope you see through how much we are preparing, how aggressively we are moving on this, that we take your comments and concerns seriously. We can always do better, but you're getting a full court press on us, and I think, you know, the long-term community expectations really are at the root of why we are bringing and moving so aggressively on this. So you will continue to hear updates from us as we work through this process. And want to continue to engage with this board. And also just want to thank you for you continuing to prioritize this as a project for the community. Your support has really helped to get us here. So with that, thank you, Chair. And that would conclude my report.
Thank you. Next item is report from the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. I don't really have a report per se, other than I know I talked previously about how we can form a women's commission at the county, something I'm still trying to pursue doing. I just want to say that I had a discussion with another elected official this past week about my interest in doing that. And I got a very quizzical response about why would you what would a women's commission do and why would you need that? And then on Saturday, we watched Sherry DeVoe be the first woman trainer who had a horse to win the Kentucky Derby. Wow, it was fun to watch, right? It was fantastic. But it's 2026. And we just said that's the first woman trainer to have a horse in the Kentucky Derby. And it was like revolutionary. That's why we need a women's commission. So I'm still pursuing that. And that's just my little blurb about that. Next item up is a special order of business. I have a public hearing on the 2026-27 Urban County Annual Action Plan. Public hearing is open. Anybody here to comment on that public hearing? No, and the public hearing is closed. Okay, and the next is a resolution to set a public hearing on a 2026 millage rate. Would somebody like to move that resolution?
Support.
Okay, so that's moved by Labar, supported by Beeman. Any discussion? Okay, that's a roll call. Brendan?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Fantastic. Next item on the agenda, item 9 is appointments. Would somebody like to move those appointments?
So moved.
Is- Okay, so I have moved by Labar, supported by Hodge. Any discussion on these appointments? All right, this is another roll call.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Consent agenda.
The move, approval of the consent agenda, Chair?
Support.
Moved by Labar, supported by Hodge. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item passes. On to the first reading resolutions. Commissioner Labar.
Chair, I'd move resolutions 1A, resolution to approve negotiation on purchase agreement with CMH. B, a resolution setting the 2026 Washtenaw County millage rate. C, a resolution to authorize the above midpoint hiring of Thomas Klee as a business application analyst from IT. D, a resolution to ratify the tentative agreement with the Prosecutors Association.
Or
Okay, pardon me, moved by Labar, supported by Hodge. Any discussion on any of these items? Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to applaud CMH for putting another wonderful proposal in front of us for purchasing 2 more facilities. As you know, I'm a big fan of you guys doing this. Very excited to vote yes. Thank you for your work on it.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll have a voice vote. All those in favor of the first reading resolutions, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Great, those items passed. Would somebody like to move the final reading? Oh, and let's just do final reading and then we'll do single reading. Final reading.
Thanks, Chair. Under final reading A, resolution adopting the Arbor South redevelopment plan. B, a resolution authorizing the Board of Public Works to renew the Western Washtenaw Recycling Authority operating and maintenance agreement.
Support.
Okay, moved by Labar, supported by Hodge. We'll just do each of these resolutions in order. There's only two. So discussion on item A, Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously, you guys know how I feel about this one. So I think that a lot of the comments that were made today by members of the public were extremely valid. Some of the emails that we received, outlining some of the concerns around whether, state rules were followed by the developer, I think raised some questions for me about this project. I think understanding the perspectives of some of our surrounding taxing jurisdictions that will be impacted by this massive tax subsidy for a developer, need to be considered. We heard some of that today. We had an elected official come and tell us that he was concerned about his governmental unit's ability to continue providing low-cost education for our community through the community college. I think we don't fully understand the impact yet of what our community is going to be paying for the services that over 1,000 units of housing coming online, but not paying taxes to support the many services in our community, what that's going to mean for our roads, for our libraries, for other, public services like our parks. We don't have a good understanding of any of that. And I think there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. And so, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to postpone this item to our May 20th meeting.
Is there support for that motion?
Support.
Okay, discussion on the motion to postpone. Hodge?
Thank you. I will direct it at you because I'm supposed to do it that way. I would want to wonder what information, what is the information people would want to see before, like for the next meeting?
I guess I will defer that question to Commissioner Robbie because I'm not sure what information we don't have in front of us that would make this a more reasonable decision to have at this time.
And I just ask it that way, just so staff, like if the motion passes, then so staff know what information to bring
What we
back
would
next time.
like.
Yeah.
Commissioner Robbie, can you elucidate that?
If it's permitted under Robert's rules to do that on a motion for postponement?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think first and foremost, it would be helpful to understand this issue around the Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs and whether or not there is a need to deal with the storage tanks in the named facility. I think it would be helpful to understand whether or not the facility was cleaned in any way, shape, or form by the state prior to this time, and what the current conditions of the contaminants on the site are. I know that we have old data, but we don't have anything that is more current. So I think having a better understanding of what the site conditions are would be helpful. I think that from an assessment standpoint, understanding what the government assessors believe the value of this site to be, I think would be extremely helpful, given that the assessment report that we have is from a hired entity by the developer, and I don't know that I have seen a report from either the city or the county assessor's office that would give a better indication of the true value of the property now as compared to previous value and then future valuation as well. All of those things I think are crucial to understanding whether or not this is, first of all, a project that qualifies under, the Brownfield Act, and whether or not it is something that the calculations that we have for the Brownfield plan still make sense based on those calculations.
I think we might have some answers to some of those questions in the room. But Commissioner Hodge, does that help?
Thank you. Yeah, that does help. I guess one other question I would have, is there any risk or downside to delaying it for 2 weeks? Do we know that? Do we know?
It's just an albatross, but no.
Okay.
Commissioner Labar?
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask staff if they could provide a little context here for some of the questions or some of the items that Commissioner Robbie raised. I'm happy to hear that out. I haven't seen yet something that would indicate we've sort of gone outside the normal bounds of process. So I'm happy to hear that. I don't know if Nathan or somebody else wants to.
Could I ask a quick point of order? Again, is it allowable under Robert's rules to have this type of discussion on a motion to postpone?
I think we probably just need to discuss the merits of postponing.
Right, but if you're looking to have more information to help you decide if the motion is, has any merit, then I do think that's fair to discuss.
Okay.
Could we review Robert's rules just to make sure? My understanding is that you're only supposed to discuss the time and manner of postponement.
We can review that.
Let's take a moment for our corporation counsel to review that. That was a dad sneeze. That was a-
I stand corrected. It is limited to the time to which the question will be postponed.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Commissioner Sanders?
Well, I did want to just add some context, because I did have an opportunity to meet with Oxford this morning. But then I also received multiple communications, providing me with additional information / asking me more questions. And so, but I've also asked, for other information that I just basically learned, I think, definitively today, that is not going to be provided. So I would like to be able to speak with my township supervisor, because we likely are going to be affected. We're literally across the road. And there's at least 1 or 2 other folks that I'd like to talk to. And so I'm more comfortable having those conversations done and then voting. So if that helps at all with the inquiry that Commissioner Hodge has made, hope that helps.
Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Brendan, we'll do a roll call for that.
Commissioner Maciecki,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
No.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Do we postpone that to a time certain that comes, but to the May 20th? Okay. All right, well, that will come back on May 20th. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I will not be at our May 20th meeting, and so unfortunately, I won't be able to vote on this item, but I would have voted yes, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. I also would encourage my colleagues to look at the Brownfield Authority itself, the meeting there. There's many experts on that committee, engineers, experts in brownfield funding, including James Harless. They look at the engineering detail sometimes makes me crazy at this meeting. But they are, because I want to be like, let's go, but they are so detailed and it passed muster with them. So you could probably reach out to any number of those people as well to get information too. Next item on the agenda, a resolution authorizing the Board of Public Works to renew the Western Washtenaw Recycling Authority. Any comments, questions, or concerns on this item? Okay, let's have a roll call vote on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Oh, sorry, it's a roll call, sorry. Final reading, roll call. Brendan?
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yeah.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Would somebody like to move the single reading, please? Commissioner Labar?
Chair, under single reading A, a resolution authorizing for authorization to exceed 10 grand for the maintenance limit on Whitmore Lake level district repairs. B, a resolution honoring National Small Business Week, May 3rd through 9th. C, a resolution authorizing acceptance from DTE Community Supports Fund for barrier busters. D, a resolution honoring Tina Gavalier upon her retirement and celebrating her distinguished service to Washtenaw County, and hoping she and Cheyenne travel well. E, a proclamation recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 10th through 17th, as Taiwanese American Heritage Week, and celebrating the 24th anniversary of the Michigan Taiwanese American Association. F, a resolution recognizing National Nurses Week, May 6th through 12th, 2026, and honoring the contributions of nurses in Washtenaw County and beyond. I'd also move claims.
Great. Okay. Any discussion on any items here? Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to take, I didn't have an opportunity to do this earlier, but since we're voting on it, Tina, I want to thank you for your service personally. I've known you for a long time now. You are an incredible public servant and somebody whose legacy will live on in this county for many years to come. People will look back to your example of the work that you've done, and I think build a better county as a result. So wherever you go in your retirement, just know that you're leaving this place in very good hands because of the work that you've done to build a group of people that have the same work ethic and knowledge and passion that you do about this work in this community. So thank you for your public service.
Commissioner Sanders?
I just want to pile on and say, I've been able to reach out to Tina when I've got questions about questions. And I have always appreciated her ability to just be honest. That works for me. And so I want to say thank you for that. Just allowing a commissioner to be, nosy and intrusive. And giving me the answers that I needed, not that I wanted, but that I needed in order to be able to make a better informed decision. So thank you. I'm insanely jealous. And I am prayerful that you will enjoy your retirement.
Any other comments?
you know, we're interviewing for CFOs now, and so I think there seems to be an assumption sometimes with some of the candidates, like, what are you looking to accomplish or do? They ask us a question like that. Is that what they ask? Yeah, I'm looking at Commissioner Sanders. And we're all sort of left like, right, there's nothing you need to do that's happening that's bad, because what we have is really good. And I think sometimes candidates are like, what? Um, and I hope that makes them think a little bit, because they really are coming in to a position that has been filled admirably, professionally, um, exceptionally. I know. I think that when Commissioner Robbie said, like, exemplifying a public servant, that's right. I'll tell you something else that will make you laugh maybe then too, because then they say like, what do you want in a CFO? And we're all like, somebody who can say no, like you can do it. You've set a bar for what we are looking for in this county. It is going to be difficult for somebody to fill, and that is a good thing. And so I want to thank you so much for your attention and knowledge and depth of experience, and we're going to miss you so much. Thank you. Well, made myself cry at the same time, so. Any other comments, or Commissioner Somerville?
We're getting out before tomorrow for you.
I asked for business and brevity, and hey, somehow it worked.
We do have to take the bus home. Thank you.
Could we do, if there's not any other questions, thank you for business and brevity. Thank you, Tina. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski, Yes. Commissioner Robbie. Motion's carried.
Thank you. Ooh, I gotta go on with the rest of this meeting. All right, we have a pending item, resolution to work from home policy from Human Resources. Do we have to move to pick that up again? Okay, let's just discuss it. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question, clarifying some of the things that Mary and Nancy said, and perhaps Corp Counsel or administration can answer this. They were saying that there was a commitment made that this was going to be bargained. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Nancy and Mary put out a joint request to bargain the impact of the policy, and we're committing to that.
Okay. What does that exactly look like? Is that in terms of bargaining the impact? We're not bargaining the policy, but bargaining the application of the policy, essentially?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Oh, great. Let's do a roll call vote on this item.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman, Commissioner Hodge.
Yeah.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, fantastic. Items for current and future discussion? Any items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Robbie,
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say you ran an excellent meeting tonight.
thank you.
And with that, I'll motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Is there support? Is there support for the motion? My Lord. All those in favor?